We have reached the 10 o'clock hour, time to call this meeting to order. And the first order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag, led by Commissioner Walt Noasad.
Lead me in the pledge to our flag and the republic.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Second order of business. Good morning, Your Honors. Second order of business would be public comment. I will, since we have some faces, I will go ahead and read the admonition. You will have 3 minutes, and there's a timing light. When it turns yellow and a beep, you have 30 seconds to finish your comments. When the red light comes back on, please finish your comments and enjoy having another seat. So with that, public comment is now open.
Jason Gibson, welcome to another chummy edition of Doing Business as Usual. Today is Black Friday, Gregorian March 29th, they say. 10 o'clock mechanical time here at the old historic Minden Courthouse. And what people call Nevada, we call Nevada. It's a chummy edition of this day of death, business as usual. We'll start with a brief sermon, 3-minute recapitulation of the last 8 days. On Thursday, the 21st of March, rather than riding the spring equinox in the rings of the season, this courtroom was packed, unprecedented standing room only, of disillusioned constituent citizens of this county who are being misled by this board and these stakeholders here into an unprecedented escalation of the cost of living in Douglas County. We never seen the kind of turnout like we did on Thursday, March 21st. People being run out of their homes by commercialism, having their quality of life compromised by the overhead of this government. That was 8 days ago. This whole week, the Holy Week, for you Christians or for you people who still have a semblance of memory, in most Christian countries is a week of devotion, a week for self-reflection, slowing down a little bit, maybe doing something good for yourself and your family, and spending more time in contemplation. But not here in Douglas County. It's budget week, business as usual, Black Friday week. No adherence whatsoever to any kind of religious observance. No respect for the dynamics of time or consciousness. Just time is money. Forever. The same governing body politic mindset of this board and these people here is the same mindset that's been ruling over us for at least 2,000 years. They haven't learned a thing when it comes to the dynamics of time. The memory amnesia that these folks are banking off of, getting rich off of, is artificial intelligence. And because it is Black Friday, we'll have you know that the remedy can be found in John's Revelation, chapters 11, 12, and 13, the reference to the 1260 timing frequency, where time is money.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I'm glad I've actively participated in this round of budget meetings. I'm hoping CFO Ms. Lewis and our County Manager Davidson can provide some information on next steps for the public to better understand supplemental requests and maybe how long they stay in inaction. Example, what resonates with me is the necessity of a fully functional website for Douglas County. Departmental presentations for these budget meetings have provided me and others a better understanding of their operations and staffing through organization charts, mission statements, etc. The budget info doesn't necessarily need to be posted, but it'll be helpful for everybody that accesses the website to understand how our dollars are being spent. Second, my continued concerns about not having a dedicated Tahoe community development staff person. Frankly, a group is probably necessary. I will be bringing forward issues at another meeting. Today, I bring forward an issue of grave concern to me. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority participation in a letter from Mr. Teixeira, Sustainable Community Advocates. I have attached that letter for your review later. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority carries the name Douglas, so that represents my views as well. This letter was addressed to the California Attorney General Bonta. Dear Attorney General Bonta, I have been asked by a group of business and community leaders from throughout the region to invite you to meet up with us at Lake Tahoe at your earliest opportunity. We want to have a candid conversation about comments made at the February 28th Tahoe Regional Planning Board. I attended that meeting and commented. I also attended the March 27th meeting and commented. I also attended the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority Board meeting March 13th, where that item was pulled because Mr. Teixeira joined a group of 22 called Team Tahoe in Washington, D.C. I was expecting to be able to comment on that to defend what I believe the public is not being heard about at that next TDV April meeting. What leaders and what businesses were asked to sign on to this letter? Why wasn't this brought to this board so the public as well as yourselves could hear what this letter is? It is a 3-page letter that outlines things like the VMT, Vehicle Vehicles Travel Trigger by the TRPA board. It states that both California and Nevada made it clear that they do not support a Lake Tahoe Basin entry fee. The Tahoe partners then pivoted to share funding strategy called 777, which each sector, federal, state, local, private, would invest $7 million in additional transportation funding per year. I'm bringing this forward now because this will not go in effect until 2026 if this strategy is adopted. The 777 plan needs to be reviewed by the county manager and staff for better understanding of these recommendations that may result in Douglas County contributing up to $7 million annually for 20 years for what I call a broken transportation system. The bi-state working group agreed that no single revenue was acceptable developing this plan. Also in this plan, the South Shore's new in this letter, on-demand Lake Link microtransit service continues to receive funding from local TOT and private sources with an annual budget of $2.2 million. Nice to know that Lake Link has a $2.2 million budget. We need an update where those dollars are coming from and how far in fair share have we got. Also at the governing board meeting, all right, I'll put it in closing public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm looking for approval of the agenda. It's been moved. Do I have a second? Second. All right, moved and seconded. Let's trip over each other, shall we? And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Administrative agenda. Number 1, we actually have 2 today. For possible action, discussion to provide staff direction in the preparation of the fiscal year 2024-25 budgets for all Douglas County and Douglas County Redevelopment Agency funds. Discussion may include a general review of the Douglas County budget and presentations by staff, including but not limited to presentations on the following: general fund departments, including supplemental requests; special revenue funds, including supplemental requests; debt service funds; enterprise funds; including supplemental requests, internal service funds, including supplemental requests, capital projects funds, including supplemental requests, and redevelopment agency funds. And Kathy Lewis, you're back on again.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record, and that is the last time you have to read that agenda item this week. That's exciting. Before I turn it over to the courts for their presentation, I did want to follow up on one question that Commissioner Gardner had yesterday about the recorder's salaries and benefits between the recorder department and the records management department. And that one coincidentally, it looked like it was in and out, but the increase in the recorders was from the wage study and adjustments there, but then in the records management was a reduction of FTE by 0.25%. So that was that. And I will now turn this over to the courts.
Good morning. Chairman Rice, Vice Chair Hales, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Bobby Williams. I am your court administrator, clerk of the court, and jury commissioner. For the record, Judge Young, Judge Gregory, and Judge Johnson are here today, and all of our judges, including Judge Gilbert, would like me to express their gratitude for allowing the judiciary to present our accomplishments, our goals, and our fiscal year 25 budget this morning. I thought I would start our presentation by answering questions asked by you during other presentations this week. First of all, Commissioner Hales, you asked Ms. Davidson and Ms. Valdez if the judges ever ordered defendants to reimburse Douglas County for the cost of court-appointed counsel. I would like to provide some history and facts for you. First of all, most criminal cases, with the exception of indictments, begin in our justice courts. Your judges require all defendants to provide a financial declaration as part of the legal process. This financial declaration is used to determine indigence. There are instances that the judges find defendants may own property or be borderline indigent. Sometimes this is not discovered until the case moves to district court and a pre-sentence investigation is provided to the courts. This happens frequently, and just this week, there were 3 sentencing hearings on Monday, and the judge ordered 2 of those cases to pay reimbursement of counsel fees, $500 each. If a reimbursement of counsel fee is added to the fines and fees owed by the defendant, we collect those fees pursuant to Nevada revised statutes. For example, our fines and fees are collected in a numerical line. Marcy's law provides that restitution is to be paid in full before fines and fees are collected. Then Brianna's law provides that the $3 assessment for providing the DNA sample to the National Registry, and then the fee for the cost of obtaining those DNA samples. And then it goes down and down, and reimbursement of counsel fees is in that list, but it's a little further down. The total amount collected in reimbursement of counsel fees from July 1st of 2019 to yesterday was $23,889.96. The other question the board had of the sheriff and the district attorney was regarding the traffic to civil legislation that was implemented in the 82nd session of the Nevada legislature. We did not include this on our PowerPoint, as we did implement this last year. However, I did ask Ms. Edwards to present and speak to this in detail during our presentation today for you. As you look at our budgets, I would like you to notice that line items in our budget we redispersed in different areas. You will see this reflected throughout each department. You may see one line item increased and one line item decreased. We did this thoughtfully with each department with their own department's needs in mind. Ms. Edwards will explain the total increase to our budget for all 8 departments for fiscal year 25 is 4.6% above the 3% increase allocated by finance at the bottom line. Finally, I would like to address an accomplishment from last year: the successful recruitment of our Assistant Court Administrator, Ms. Rebecca Edwards. This recruitment directly aligns with the Judicial Strategic Plan, specifically organizational stability. In hiring Ms. Edwards, the judges now have someone other than myself that they can rely on for statistics, personnel, legislation, programming of the Nevada offense codes into our case management systems, case flow management, local, state, and national reporting requirements, training, project management, to name a few of her talents and responsibilities. Ms. Edwards will be presenting today on behalf of the judiciary. The judges and myself will be available if you have questions of us specifically. It is my pleasure to now introduce to you Ms. Rebecca Edwards. It's this one, right? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Rice, Vice Chairman Hales, Commissioners. Rebecca Edwards, Assistant Court Administrator for the record. And I have with me Dolores Geltz, the Judicial Fiscal Management Analyst for the courts. It is our pleasure to present the fiscal year 24-25 budget for the judiciary on behalf of Judge Young, Judge Gregory, Judge Gilbert, and Judge Johnson. The mission statement for the Douglas County Judiciary is continuous commitment to providing quality public service, ensuring access to justice with honesty, integrity, so we can promote public trust and confidence in the judicial system.
You interrupt again and you're gone. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. The Douglas County Judiciary is comprised of 8 departments. There are 2 elected district court judges and 2 elected justice court judges. The court administrator is appointed and serves under the elected judges with oversight of 8 departments. The Judicial Fiscal Management Analyst, the Assistant Court Administrator, and the Court IT Manager directly report to the Court Administrator, who has oversight over all departments. I would like to introduce you to our Court IT Manager, Mike McAllister, who is with us here today. Court IT supports the courts, the clerk's offices, the district attorney's office, court advocacy, judicial services, and juvenile probation. The Assistant Court Administrator oversees the operations of the 3 clerk's offices, including the staff under the 3 court operations supervisors, who manages the daily operations. The Assistant Court Administrator assists the Court Administrator with programs, projects, and reporting requirements. Additionally, in the courts, we have court advocacy. Court advocacy manages the court-appointed special advocates for children, CASA, and the special advocates for the elderly in our community, SAFE. Court advocacy is comprised of community volunteers who report to the manager of court advocacy programs and is assisted by the court advocacy program assistant. The Court Advocacy Department is critical to judicial operations as they are ordered to represent our vulnerable population in Douglas County. Your judges require their attendance in many cases, including but not limited to juvenile cases involving children who have been removed from their parents or family, as well as guardianship cases. Part of their responsibility is to prepare reports and appear before the court to present their findings. They always appear in hearings related to the cases they are assigned and comply with the orders of the court in support of the vulnerable adults and children in our community. At this time, I would like to introduce you to your Manager of Court Advocacy Program, Leanne Wagner, who is also here with us today. Juvenile probation is another department in our organization that is managed by your judges. They are critical to the operation of all juvenile delinquency-related matters in Douglas County. The department prepares, validates risk and needs assessments to identify the primary factors contributing to delinquent behaviors. They provide interventions, resources, opportunities, and partnerships with schools, families, and community agencies. They report to the court and enforce all court orders related to juvenile matters, including but not limited to behavioral intervention, community service, group and family counseling, outdoor education, truancy prevention, formal and informal probation services. Pursuant to the judicial authority granted in the United States Constitution and the Constitution of States and Territories, the primary responsibility of the judicial branch is to provide an impartial forum for the resolution of disputes. This ensures the rule of law and protection of individual rights. Over time, this fundamental responsibility of the judicial branch has been expanded to encompass other areas of importance, including but not limited to the following: ensuring access to the court process for all who seek it, managing the business of the court in a manner that promotes efficiency, transparency, and the opportunity for fair and timely dispositions of cases filed, exercising leadership among other justice-related agencies to develop strategies that join the interest of all three branches of government, recognizing that the court cannot operate in isolation while at the same time must maintain its independence. The courts follow Nevada revised statutes, rules of civil procedure, and Supreme Court rules. The courts are physically monitored under the Supreme Court minimum accounting standards. Cases are monitored under the Uniform System for Judicial Reporting, and all statistical data can be found in the annual report of the Nevada Judiciary on the Nevada Supreme Court website. Douglas County is currently leading the state in judicial reporting and fiscal accounting standards. Your judiciary provides procedures, policies, and guidance to judges and court administrators across the state as they navigate case management, filing, and reporting practices. Professor and author Peter Drucker said, "A strategy without metrics is a wish, and metrics that are not aligned with strategy are a waste of time." The strategic plan for the Douglas County Judiciary is built upon the achievements at both the national, state, and local level, while providing for continuous implementation and adoption of strategies to improve access to justice and increase public trust. I have listed our strategies and key objectives included in our strategic plan on this slide. The first one, simplify and improve public access to the courts while continuing to ensure that all parties are treated fairly. The Douglas County Judiciary strives to maintain public trust and confidence. We are actively examining and working on ways to remove barriers to court access. By the end of this fiscal year, we will have implemented a new jury management system that allows for electronic summons and selection process, and we will implement electronic filing and public portal. Thus, this will allow the attorneys and the public to search for their cases and to file documents electronically. We work with the Nevada Supreme Court on common forms that will be compatible with e-filing. The second one, support sustainable and user-focused court innovations to improve the delivery of court services. Promising innovations in therapeutic specialty court programs, including drug courts, DUI courts, mental health courts, and veteran courts, are examples of highly effective courts in dealing with the root cause of criminal behavior. The Douglas County Judiciary is committed to pursuing adequate funding for these innovations court approaches. Your judges have successfully worked with Western Nevada Regional Drug Court and DUI court programs since its inception. These programs continue to serve the community of Douglas County. Education is of utmost importance to your judges. Over the past 2 years, 7 employees have obtained national certification in court management. All supervisors are required to become members of the Nevada Association of Court Executives, and senior management is to become members of the National Association for Court Management, where they attend yearly trainings that includes topics such as technology, leadership, court governance, effective communication, workflow management, fiscal management, jury management, and court quality standards. Court IT departments attend court technology conferences covering in-depth training on cybersecurity, remote proceedings, data governance, response measures related to maintaining operations, court security, maintaining digital evidence, artificial intelligence, ethics, and innovation. The last one, court advocacy, attends national training yearly as well. These trainings offer learning opportunities on critical topics, including advocacy skills, child welfare, leadership, governance, fundraising, and more. The third one is provide guidance to the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to support the funding requests for personnel, statutorily mandated processes, and technological resources in the judicial branch at all levels. While the Nevada Supreme Court is committed to examining options for reforming court funding structures to ensure funding is maintained at sustainable levels throughout the judicial branch, the complexity of this endeavor will require ongoing research and extensive collaboration with both legislative and executive branches at both the state and local level. The judicial branch has relied heavily on fee revenue and administrative assessments, which has resulted in wide inequities between local courts around the state of Nevada. The Douglas County Judiciary has worked with Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to fill any gaps in needs not covered by the Nevada Supreme Court for statutorily mandated functions. The Douglas County Judiciary will continue to work with the Nevada Supreme Court and the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to ensure funding is maintained at sustainable levels. We will continue to effectively manage our current resources and work with human resources to cure the inequities in staff allocations, salaries, recruitment, and employee retention. The Douglas County Judiciary Strategies and Key Objectives Roadmap consist of integrity, code of conduct, ethics, access to justice, public trust and confidence, education leadership, advanced technology, user-focused practices, accurate and timely statutorily mandated reporting, sustainable and appropriate use of resources, protection of individual rights, efficiency, innovation, collaboration, and organizational stability. Judicial employees are held at the same ethical training and standards as the judges. Our employees are instructed and trained on the Model Code of Conduct for court professionals on the first day with the judiciary. We hold trainings yearly to keep ethical behavior at the forefront of their responsibilities to this community. Education and professional certification is another key component in our strategies. We have not only created career ladders within the judiciary, but your judges foster and promote organizational stability. They do that by succession planning for the employees, providing monthly trainings on specific topics, and clearly communicating expectations and vision. Our employees attend yearly training with the Nevada Association for Court Career Advancement, where staff are trained on legislation, court processes, and court reporting requirements. Management attends various conferences and work groups that foster collaboration, innovation, and efficiency in case flow management, budget management, and public relations, to name a few. Court IT is required to be up to date on cybersecurity, infrastructure, and resources for maintaining current systems, and now the ever-growing topic of AI. Each one of the accomplishments, goals, and the increase to our budget for fiscal year 24-25 encompass all 12 of these strategies and key objectives, as well as incorporating the areas of focus and initiatives within the Douglas County Strategic Plan. For example, serving our community by providing access to justice with consistent and quality customer service, improving and delivering programs and services to the community that promote integrity and protection of individual rights. Our accomplishments, by the end of this fiscal year, we will have successfully implemented a jury management software system for Douglas County Judiciary. That new system includes electronic notification and mobile test service and updates. We are in the testing phase of the new system and importing the data from voter registration, DMV, the utility company, and the Department of Rehabilitation, Employment, and Training. The new jury system will assist in efficiency in both processing summonsing, communication, and sending reminders to jurors, as well as the electronic tracking of failure of jurors to respond to their jury summons. On March 4th, we had a jury trial in Department 1. The judge summoned 100 jurors for this civil trial. 36 jurors showed up for the trial. Taking account for excused absences, the appearance rate for this trial was 40%. Just 6 years ago, our appearance rate was 80%. Since COVID, there has been a decrease in a jury appearance, but also juror communication. The electronic processing, communication, and reminders will hopefully increase appearance rate, but at a minimum allow for electronic tracking and messaging while the judges continue to hold jurors accountable for their non-appearance and lack of communication with the court. By the end of this fiscal year, we will have successfully implemented e-filing and public portal for district court, allowing the public and our judicial partners access to their cases, documents, and records, and reducing not only foot traffic, but the costs associated with paper, docketing, and scanning. We have already successfully...
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
We've throughout this week, we've had questions during presentations.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Absolutely.
And are you good with this?
If I wasn't, it's too late now.
No, I just don't want to, be disrespectful. Anyway, with our new monitors, the chair can't see when lights are on, and so we've been a little less formal than
We've been casual.
Yes. So my question is, e-filing and public portal, was that funded last year? Do you have the funds for that?
That was funded when we purchased our new case management system, eCourt. So that was part of that original contract. So it's not part of this budget, no. We already
Okay.
have the money for that.
But you're working on getting it rolled out. It's not rolled out yet.
Correct.
When it's rolled out, can any member of the public sign in and see any court pleading unless it's confidential?
Unless it's confidential, so yes, the public can sign in and search for cases, but access to documents will be restricted based on, are you a party on the case? So there are certain documents that not just anybody from the public can have access to.
I guess I need a little more clarity. Can a member of the public access some pleadings? And other court documents, orders and such, unless they're confidential?
Correct. Oh.
Let me help with that. We are implementing the e-filing system so that no one has to pay for access to this. They will register, they can do case searches, and this will absolutely bring back searches, including the dockets on every case in our system. So they will know exactly what was filed, exactly what events have happened in every case that is not a sealed case in this system. There are going to be costs associated with obtaining copies of those pleadings. So we will be losing over $30,000 per year in record search fees by opening this. But there is still the fee to obtain copies of documents. Now, if you're a party on a case, you will absolutely be allowed to access those documents freely, that you are a party on the case. But as a just member of the public, you will have to contact the clerk's office to obtain copies of the pleadings on those cases.
So a member of the public could go in and see what the documents are,
Absolutely.
but not actually see the documents, then they would come in and get a copy from you.
They can call the office, they can absolutely do this by email or fax, they can contact the clerk's office. The docket will also show how many pages are attached. So for example, if there's a complaint that has 2,000 pages, they may not want all 2,000 pages. They may just want certain pages of that document. So it will tell them exactly how many pages are on each document within the court system.
And it's a per-page fee?
It is a 50-cent per page fee pursuant to statute.
Thank you. It's helpful.
You're welcome.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. I forgot to warn you, we have attorneys up here.
As has been pointed out also by Commissioner Hales, the inability to necessarily see the red lights. These monitors are new to us as of Tuesday, and so members of the public and presenters need to understand that it's not that we're not paying attention to you. It's that we're no longer required to crick our necks to take a look at these monitors. What's on those monitors are exactly what's in front of us. So we're not doing things on our computer here. We're not, we are paying attention to what you're saying. It's just that we may not be making eye contact with you because we have it directly in front of us. So just so everybody understands. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Edwards for the record. So the other thing that we have successfully implemented in both of our justice courts is electronically sending their DMV convictions through the case management system interface to DMV. One judicial services colleague graduated in 2023 with their certification in court management. The certification is specific to court management and allows them to continue education in court executive certification and fellowship, where they will graduate at the United States Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. We obtained certification from the Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts for the uniform system for judicial reporting for Tahoe Justice Court and East Fork Justice Court. Your Douglas County Justice Courts are the first justice courts in the state to obtain certification, and Douglas County is the only county in the state to obtain USJR certification for all of their courts. We obtained minimum accounting standards certification from the Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts for District Court. District Court is the first state to obtain this certification mandated by Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Order 398. We completed quad annual audits with minimal findings for District Court, East Fork Justice Court, and Tahoe Justice Court. We also updated all our court websites. We implemented e-fax for all departments under Court IT. Departments will now receive faxes through their email. And by the end of this fiscal year, we will have moved off the Nortel phone system completely. All departments managed by our Court IT manager will have the ShoreTel phone system, and we will have implemented Office 365 throughout the court, supported by Court IT. Court advocacy program staff attended over 40 multidisciplinary meetings to ensure vulnerable adults and children needs are met in the community. Court advocacy program staff attended over 60 hours of continuing education to improve service delivery for our community. Court advocacy programs received a grant to support volunteer recruitment and program functionings valued over $67,000. Court advocacy program staff participated in several collaborative groups such as End Abuse in Later Life Project, Dementia Friendly Nevada, Court Improvement Program, Community Improvement Council, Child Death Review Team, among others. As mentioned by Ms. Williams, I'd like to add information about the implementation of AB 116 for civil infraction citations in the courts. The courts have worked hard in ensuring efficient and accurate case management and reporting of these citations. We have programmed the case management system to issue notices 30 days after the citation is received by the court and to remind the person that they have 90 days from the date the citation was issued to pay or contest the citation. Then at 90 days, if the person has not paid or contested the citation, a notice of default judgment is entered and mailed.
Can I interrupt? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Again, I just want to make sure we're talking about traffic citations.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, the civil infraction citations.
Which is most traffic tickets now.
Correct.
Yes.
At the end of the 100-day mark, the case is then sent to collections if the person has still not paid or contested the citation. This process is all automatic in our court case management system. The system tracks these citations and generates the notices to print. The system tracks the caseload and dispositions for reporting to the Nevada Supreme Court. The court websites were updated so a person can pay or contest the citation online. Since the implementation of AB 116 in January of 2023, the justice courts have received 4,172 civil infraction citations. And out of this total, 187 were sent to collections. The courts have been able to resolve or collect on 3,985 civil infraction citations.
Let me, my turn to interrupt. Excuse me. So before the last session, excuse me, if somebody didn't pay their traffic citation, a warrant would issue. Now there's no longer a warrant issued and it goes to a collection agency?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Our goals for fiscal year 24-25 are continue the code of conduct training for court professionals, continue education for employees of the judiciary through the National Center for State Courts, Institute for Court Management, Nevada Association for Court Career Advancement, Nevada Association for Court Executives, and the University of Nevada, Reno Extended Studies. One judicial services colleague will graduate in 2024 with their court executive certification. This certification is specific to court management and will allow them to continue education and apply for fellowship where they will graduate at the United States Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. 2 employees will graduate in fiscal year 24-25 with their court management certification, which will allow them to continue education with court executive certification. We will implement e-filing and public portal for East Fork Justice Court and Tahoe Justice Court. We will begin the certification process for Tahoe Justice Court and East Fork Justice Court for minimum accounting standards from the Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts. We're going to work with Department of Public Safety to use their protection order system, POP, to input protection orders issued from District Court, Tahoe Justice Court, and East Fork Justice Court. Once we are using the POP system, we're going to work with the Administrative Office of the Courts to build an interface from the court's case management system to the DPS POP system. We're going to work on refined business processes for the e-court case management system in the justice courts. This technology is being used to effectively manage our court business and processes. Track and implement legislative mandates brought about through the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature. Implement electronic reporting of criminal dispositions to Department of Public Safety Criminal Repository. The interface would be from the court's case management system through the Administrative Office of the Courts. Court advocacy will conduct 4 community awareness presentations to bring awareness to the community about CASA and SAFE. Court advocacy will remain compliant with national associations to maintain affiliate status. Court advocacy will recruit and train a minimum of 8 new volunteers annually. I have included a screenshot of the organization chart, and it lists our full-time, part-time, and on-call positions. We have a total of 30 full-time equivalent positions, and we are asking for no new positions this fiscal year. Yeah.
I believe we approved a couple of positions last year in the 23-24 budget. And so I know Ms. Williams came to us and requested those. We accommodated those requests. And I guess my question is, how are they working out for you? Are they relieving the concerns that you had last year expressed to us? We'd like to see some fruit from the water that we dispense on the trees. So,
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gardner. The first position that we requested last year was the position of Assistant Court Administrator. This was very intricate and integral in succession planning, in organizational stability, and to provide some assistance to your court administrator. This was Ms. Edwards' position. She has really come up to speed. She came with 15 years of court experience. She also worked for the Nevada Supreme Court for several years. So her knowledge and abilities with regards to Nevada offense codes, statutory mandated reporting, and USJR has been really beneficial in the implementation of both justice court case management systems, as well as the assistance she has given most recently with the management of staff. And we have really been working in our justice courts with the implementation of these new systems to make sure all documents are scanned and docketed into the systems correctly. We're making sure as well that the left side filing requirements by the Nevada Supreme Court are being upheld. And so this has been a very wonderful position for our courts, and it's given the judges someone else. I will also tell you that I've been able to take a vacation for the first time in several years. So that's also nice, a benefit of that. We also requested a position to assist the Justice of the Peace in the East Fork Justice Court. And that position really, it falls under judicial services because this particular position is trained in clerk job duties. So this person has helps in clerk duties when the offices are short clerks. This person provides record searches to the public, copies to the public. This person answers phones in the office, but this person also works directly beside Judge Gilbert in the entry of his orders, doing research, maintaining his calendar, and assisting there. So that is a part-time position and has worked out very well for the East Fork Justice Court. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. And I know I was going to wait, but I'm going to go ahead and, while I have the microphone, ask this question. Traffic fines or traffic stops, infractions have now become a misdemeanor. What is the I'm still unclear about what the term is. But you said that a large percentage of them do pay their fines, but some of them then have to go to collection. So my question is, when those items go to collection, do those get reported to the credit agencies? And also, do these also still get reported to insurance companies? Because I know that in the past, whenever I've had several infractions, unfortunately, every once in a while you get caught making a mistake, right? You don't realize you're going quite as fast as you are, and do those still get reported to the insurance companies?
Rebecca Edwards for the record. Yes. So these are where they took a majority of our traffic offenses and changed them from misdemeanors to civil infractions. So your basic speeding, your failure to yield are now considered civil infractions. Going to collections, as soon as that payment is collected in full, that money is sent back to the court. So we don't get bits and pieces. As soon as the collection agency collects full amount, then the court receives a check for it, and we apply it to the fines and fees. We do still report to DMV. So if you do get a civil infraction, it is reported to DMV, and that is what gets it reported to your insurance.
Thank you.
I have a question on the JEA positions. Could you explain what JEA is?
Our JEA are our judicial executive, so they work for our judges. They're our judicial executive assistants for the judges.
Okay,
So each judge has a JEA.
okay. Administrative assistant, basically. And then I see one law clerk.
I would like to address that.
Thanks.
Thank you. So this organizational chart was not updated at the time the presentations were due. Both judges have law clerks. So in our full-time equivalent position of 30, it includes that. And our new organizational chart reflects the two full-time law clerks. for our judges. So both district court judges have law clerks. The justice court judges do not have law clerks at this time, and both district courts have judicial executive assistants. And the part-time position that I just most recently spoke of works for Judge Gilbert in the East Fork Justice Court to assist with his caseload in that capacity. You're welcome.
For our performance measures and workload indicators, we have listed our caseload statistics for fiscal years 22 and 23. Our total filings have increased by 616 cases. In fiscal year 22, total case filings were 7,556, and in fiscal year 2023, they're 8,172. This is a trend we are seeing across the state, with a decline in case filings in fiscal year 22 and an increase in filings, or about the same filings, in fiscal year 23. Carson City, Lyon County, and Elko County show the same as Douglas County, with a decrease in case filings in fiscal year 22 and an increase in fiscal year 23. Churchill County and Washoe County have a decrease of filings in fiscal year 23. The juvenile caseload is down in large part because of the proactive work done by our juvenile probation to stop the criminal behavior prior to having petitions filed in the court. The Juvenile Probation Department aims to divert as many youth as possible from entering the juvenile justice system and being formally adjudicated. Diversion hearings provide an alternative to formal court proceedings by offering counseling, community service, and other programs to benefit our youth in Douglas County. When juveniles are placed on formal probation through the court, juvenile probation adheres to Senate Bill 415, which was passed in the 82nd session of the Nevada legislature, which limits the time a juvenile may be on formal probation, providing they have not had any violations. Their goal is to have juveniles terminated from formal probation within 18 months. The Nevada Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts Research and Statistics Unit just completed their 6-month QA for fiscal year 2024 of our statistical reporting and had the following to say. For Tahoe Justice Court, currently the court data shows that no active pending cases are older than 1 year. This is excellent case flow management. For East Fork Justice Court, they listed currently court data shows that no active pending cases are older than 1 year. We congratulate you on this feat. For District Court, they reported dispositions and backlog rates are excellent and represent that cases are efficiently proceeding to adjudication with no apparent issues. These statements speak volumes about your Douglas County courts. For all 8 departments, there is a 20% increase to our budget. The total increase amount is $163,387. $100,000 of this increase is due to the transfer from the county manager's budget for professional services for mental health evaluations, psychological evaluations, and ex parte requests for experts. These costs are statutorily mandated. The courts have no control over when these requests are made or who requests these costs. The Department of Indigent Defense has determined that these costs are not reimbursable to Douglas County, and therefore, the county manager has moved these expenses to the court budget. Finance has already augmented budget line items for budget year 23-24, but is still in the process of moving the expenses. It looks like an increase to our budget for fiscal year 25, but is actually a budget neutral transfer. If there are any questions, I ask Ms. Davidson can offer further explanation. Our actual budget increase over the standard 3% cost allocated by finance is 4.6%. For our fiscal year 20...
I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear on this. So what we're shooting for is 3%, and the court budget is 7.6%.
It is 4.6% over the allocated 3%, or actual budget increase minus the 100,000, because that's just a budget neutral.
So the actual increase is 7.6%, which is 4.6% over
Yes.
the target of 3.
Yes.
Got it.
Sorry
Thanks.
about that. For our fiscal year 24-25 budget, we are running 8 departments with statutorily mandated expenses on a total of $990,423. The courts are not revenue-generating departments. The majority of our services we provide are set by Nevada revised statutes. I have included each line item for each department within the judiciary. Most line items stayed within the 3%, and we reduced the budget in line items where possible. What you will see in each department is an increase this year to cover the cost associated with training and education and memberships with state associations associated with legislative mandates, as this is a legislative year. We also have a slight increase in office supplies that I will address in a later slide. Yep.
Especially when I look at the other jury fees, that's a substantial increase. Perhaps a little bit of explanation on that could help.
Yes, Commissioner Gardner. So we do have an increase to our jury fees in the last session. They increased the pay from $40 to $65 a day to our jurors. As well as justice courts are starting to have jury trials now, and we are scheduled out for the next 2 years with jury trials in all 4 of our courts. So we are looking at the actual cost we have been spending on our jury trials.
So those are mandated increases.
Correct.
So we don't have any control of those. Very good explanation. Thank you.
Again, you can see in the department totals where line items decreased and increased pursuant to the needs of the department. For professional services for Department 323, we see the increase for the indigent defense professional services that I mentioned earlier. For CASA training and education, there are mandatory trainings that the court advocacy manager and court advocacy program assistant need to attend. On slide 18, I will be showing the percentage of increase to each line item in total for all 8 departments.
So just to break this down a little more, help us understand the 212% on professional services.
That is where the $100,000 is coming in from the county manager's budget to pay for those professional services for indigent defense.
Did I misunderstand something a couple days ago when we talked about indigent defense, that we have a threshold there, and anything over that threshold gets paid back by the state? Did I miss that, or am I in a wrong category here?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gardner. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. You did not misunderstand that. However, these particular evaluations are not subject to that threshold reimbursement. And that's the reason why we have been advised by the state to remove it from the indigent defense budget over to the court budget. Because we knew and recognized that the court did not have funding for this and did not plan for this. We did move the budgeted dollars for that purpose over to the court's budget as part of the augment process this year, which is really not necessarily a budget change, because we've already started this process, if that makes sense. We're just moving dollars from indigent defense county manager managed dollars now over to the court's dollars.
And we've done that at a number of places, I believe, Ms. Lewis, right? Where we have identified where these dollars are best allocated in the correct departments. So it's not necessarily new dollars. It's just a reallocation to make it a little bit more definitive of where those dollars really get spent. So, okay, thank you.
One more item on this particular slide with Department 323 in the District Court, and you will see that there is a reduction there in the psychiatry and counseling budget line item. So years ago, before we transferred all indigent defense to the county manager, when the Department of Indigent Defense Service was brought about, we had line items in our budgets for these different items. During this budget year, we are paying like-minded throughout all of our budgets through professional services. Because these are not just for psychiatry or just for counseling, because they're also for mental health evaluations, because they're also for ex parte requests for defense witnesses and experts, we've decided to move that line item into professional services. So you will see a decrease of 100% in the budget of psychiatry and counseling. You will see an increase to the budget of professional services. So I just wanted to address that as well.
'Line on the next slide, line items in some areas, as Ms. Williams just mentioned, were decreased by 100%, and some line items were increased to more than 100% to accommodate the needs of the department. We have also made each department have the same line items for all services. You can see here where we decreased the budget in East Fork Justice Court for the line item of psychiatry and counseling and moved this amount to professional services to pay for those services out of the same line item for consistency across all departments. I will again explain this further in slide 18.
I see the small equipment, 75% increase.
Yes, and I do get to this on slide 18 of what that is for. Again, this shows where the individual departments decreased and increased line items pursuant to the needs of the department. Maintenance office equipment in this department is increased for the maintenance of our file stamp machines that have not had a budget to allow for proper maintenance. A new file stamp machine cost $8,000, and we have 4 file stamp machines in Tahoe. Maintaining file stamp machines is $800 per year. This slide shows the total increase to our budget for $163,387. The largest increase is the green section. This is the 61% of our budget increase for the $100,000. This is the increase being transferred from the county manager's budget to the court budget for indigent defense when defendants request professional services that are not reimbursed by the Department of Indigent Defense, but is a statutorily mandated expense and is a budget-neutral request. The budget for these services will be transferred to the District Court, East Fork Justice Court, and Tahoe Justice Court based upon their actual expenditures. 25% is the next largest portion of our budget increase for small equipment. This increase is to the upgrade of our audio-visual recording system in the courtroom. Our current version is at the end of life, and the upgrade is required for 4 courtrooms in the amount of $41,000. The recording system is required pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 4.390 and 3.380.
How end of life?
Like, we're chugging along. And this is just to upgrade, I can clarify that. This is just to upgrade the audio-visual, our recording system, JAVS. This is not to get new cameras, new TVs, electronic evidence. This is just to keep us going along until we can get to the new building. 6% for the cost in maintaining our current software. This includes licenses and maintenance for our case management system, new jury system, new e-filing system, and interfaces. 5% is to cover the office supplies in all 8 departments, including replacement in letterhead, envelopes, and the postcard notifications with our new jury system. 2% in printing and binding. This increase is based on actual cost associated with the cost of new letterhead and file stamp plates for our file stamp machines, a statutorily mandated expense and part of our continuing maintenance. There is a 3.7% increase for maintaining our office equipment, which in large part are our file stamp machines. These are statutorily mandated and need to have the plates and seals replaced. In 9 months, our courts have filed in 57,482 documents. And in 9 months, they have scanned 326,724 pages. For court IT, this includes cables, surge suppressors, toner, batteries, and computer cleaning supplies to properly maintain computers, printers, scanners, and all equipment. We had to replace almost every surge suppressor when the transformer at the JLIC building failed a few months ago. 3.3% increase to cover the cost of jury fees with a statutorily mandated increase to jury payment from $40 to $65 a day pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 6.150. 5.44% of our request is for the cost of court reporter fees, transcribing, interpreters, and witness fees based on the actual cost due to increase in caseload and travel of witnesses. 4.7% is for memberships, training, and education, books and periodicals that will cover us through this legislative year. In the 82nd legislative year, we reviewed each 1,040 bills submitted to determine if there are impacts to our courts. From the 1,040 bills submitted, we tracked 295 bills and implemented 186 bills. Tracking of the bills includes reading each reprint and analyzing the changes and how they will impact the courts. Courts are impacted with case management system changes, process and procedural changes, and changes to documents, as well as changes to penalties, fines, and fees. Training and education for staff is critical in this successful implementation. Total increase is $163,387, which is 20%. If we remove the $100,000 that is a transfer from the county manager's budget, our budget increase request is actually $63,387, a 4.6 increase above the approved 3% for all 8 departments, and we have no supplemental requests. The judges are very mindful of our budget needs and our statutorily mandates. As stated in the Judiciary Strategic Plan, public trust and confidence is of utmost importance when we prepare our budget each year. We again offer no further supplemental requests. Our future needs remain consistent with the request for sufficient space to meet the current needs with the growth of our community. It is critically important that the departments under the judiciary are not fractured during this planning phase, and that access to justice, security, protection of jurors, victim rights, and statutory mandates are met. We will also be looking to add an analyst to our IT team in the future as technology needed to keep the judiciary secure and efficient becomes more complex. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. If there are any changes made to our budget or further reductions to our budget are needed, we would like the opportunity to discuss this with you. Any questions?
Commissioner Rice.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm actually able to see a
I have an
light down
observation
there.
and a question. My question is, has the increase in stipend improved the show-up rate of juries or people that are available for jury, or has it had no impact at all? Are you still seeing the absence rate that you're experienced in the past?
Rebecca Edwards, for the record. Most recently, we are struggling with getting jurors to appear. So we are hoping with our new jury case management system and having the electronic notices, we plan to pull a brand new panel and send out the postcards for the questionnaires.
But the increase in stipend really hasn't had any impact whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Interesting. And back to your last slide, of course, your sufficient space. I think you all understand we're trying to address that, and hopefully in the next couple of years we'll have that resolved. So.
I wish I had a more profound question than this one, but this is the thing on my mind, and that is when we've received a lot of presentations, and all are compelling, and you want to do everything for everyone. But the 7.6, of course, is higher than what we're aiming for, and I understand the majority of that is not discretionary, or, at least half of that is not discretionary. So I'm wondering if there had to be a cut, what would it be?
That's hardly a fair question. Are we going to take this baby or that baby? And we're not very good at splitting children, but please, you have the floor.
I appreciate that question. Budgets are very critical to the success of Douglas County. So let me first say that the judiciary is very willing to work with you. If you are looking for anything, we're willing to have a conversation to see what we can do to assist you. What I will also say is the courts are struggling right now to keep up with the technology that is going about the state. Let me further state that a lot of that has to do with e-filing, public portals, evidence presentation systems, digital evidence management. And so we are using judicial funds to work with, statutorily, we can use judicial funds to cover one-time costs for the coverage of that. But ongoing maintenance is where we struggle with, because we cannot use our funds for ongoing maintenance or costs pursuant to statute. So again, I don't know where you want us to cut the baby in half. We are willing to have that conversation if we need to with you. And I just need to let you know that we have about $400,000 that we will be spending in the next 2 years for those other systems that I just mentioned, and that we're not coming to the county for. Those are the restricted funds to get us into the new buildings. So one of the things I will say about these recording systems that we're asking for is that we need to upgrade that entire system. That system's been running for 20 years, and we're just limping it along now so we don't lose the record. Losing a court record is tragic. And so Mr. McAllister regularly is working with those systems to just make sure that we are maintaining those records. We are looking to increase high definition to the cameras, to the microphones, to the recording systems, and all of that in the future. But right now, we're just trying to make sure we can not waste funds while we're waiting to go to the new system. So does that help at all?
I just wanted to jump in for a second because
Please do.
I made a tongue-in-cheek statement. I don't want you to think it was a negative. I think it was a positive. These are the kind of questions that Commissioner Hales has asked other departments, and you can get up here and tell us all the wonderful things you need it for. We understand you're not wasting the money, but these other departments are in the same situation, and we have a limited funds. I guess if our judges want to get up and on their campaign trail say, hey, we need to raise taxes to fund our court system, well, we might have some better luck doing that. But you guys know this community, and they're not going to go for that. So we have to tighten our belt. I think it's a great question. We're going to try to find the way you can. You said you guys are open to the discussion. You can talk and see where you can come back. Maybe you guys can talk as a group and say, hey, where could we come back and maybe get closer to the 3% increase that the county manager asked. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're welcome.
Your Honor.
Hi, District Judge Todd Young. I wanted to explain just for a second what that recording system is. You note that in our budget, there's a line item for court reporters, but I would tell you that in many of the cases we hear, probably most of the cases that we hear, there is no court reporter. But we are mandated to be a court of record, which statutorily means that we are required to keep our records permanently. And so we utilize a system called JAVS, which is the Jefferson Audio Visual System, that records both a video and an audio recording of what happens in court, so that we don't have a court reporter sitting there recording everything. That's the electronic system that we're trying and struggling to maintain because it is aged. There are times when we don't have any court because they're in updating the system. But if we don't have the JAVS system working, we're required then to hire the court reporter to come in, and it's almost it doesn't save any money, because then we have to increase the budget for the court reporter. And I'm sorry to jump up and add that to it, but that's why we have that system and why we're trying to maintain it. Thank you.
Well, I have one more thing to say. There's always one more, right? So let me say this. We have struggled with getting our offices up to staff. We have been short-staffed since 2008. And so with everything you have done, we have been working diligently to make sure we have come up to staff and that the staff that we get are staying. We do have 2 positions right now that we are recruiting for. And let me offer this, because I believe this is a way that we can cover that $41,000 for the recording systems, if this helps in your decision. So if we leave one of those positions vacant for 4 more months, we can cover the cost of that $41,000. So that is something that maybe we can have a further conversation about. But I think, doing something like that is absolutely within what we can do. We've been working through these for years now. We have wonderful staff who are highly trained, and they are effective in their jobs. So let me just offer that as something to think about.
Thank you very much. We wish we could give everything to all of our good people, and we are inspired by the great work that's happening and very grateful for all the good things you all are doing. And it's such an important service to our residents. But thank you for considering that.
Mr. Chair, may we take a break?
I believe that a break is in order. We will take 10 minutes. All right, seeing as how we already have our next presenters all queued up and ready to go, we'll call the meeting back to order. And please carry on.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to give our presentation on the Community Services Department. My name is Brooke Adey, Community Services Director, and with me I have Jeff Bonner, our Senior Budget Analyst.
And yes, I have my red light on already. And the reason I do is because it was announced last night that you have been appointed our Community Services Director.
Yes.
So that's no longer a interim position. So
Yes.
I just wanted to offer my congratulations before you started. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited. So the Community Services Department is quite a large department, and so we have about 77 slides. I have some time before lunch and some time after lunch, so my plan was, if you are all agreeable, is to talk about social services before lunch, break for lunch, and then get into the room tax and all of our other departments. If you guys are okay with that, then I will go ahead and proceed. Okay. I would like to start by talking about the mission statement of our Community Services Department. I will read this slide. I will not be reading all of the slides, but I want to make sure that I have an opportunity to clearly talk about what our mission statement is. Our mission is to ensure that the citizens of Douglas County have opportunities to engage in recreation activities of their choice, that there are a variety of clean and safe parks that contain the amenities the community wants, that residents 60 years of age and older have opportunities to enrich their life, and that all individuals and families in need are provided for with quality essential services. So within the Community Services Department, we have animal services, weed control, social services, parks, recreation, senior services, DART transportation, and our public health clinic. We have a variety of funds that support the Community Services Department. So I'm going to talk today about our social services funds, our opioid settlement funds, room tax, our senior services funds, the two programs that are supported by the general fund, and then touch briefly on our special Montero Landscape District. Okay. So I'm going to start today with talking about goals from the previous fiscal year. First, I'd like to talk about the increase in pickleball courts. So not a day goes by where I don't talk about pickleball, so here we are. Since 2016, there has been an increase in demand for pickleball courts. The Community Services Department has responded for the request to add pickleball courts throughout the valley and up at the lake. We have added pickleball lines to the Johnson Lane and Lampe Park tennis courts. We have added pickleball lines inside both community centers. Over the last year, we have built an 8-court pickleball complex outside of the community center. This is still under construction. We're hoping to have it open in the beginning of the summer. And we are looking to add 2 additional courts up at Kale and 1 additional court at the TRE Park. Those should be completed late summer, early fall. Our next goal from fiscal year 23-24 was to implement a credit card processing fee. Prior to this implementation, the department was responsible for covering the costs of credit card processing fees. Last year, we brought forward our policy and fees manual where we implemented a 2.5% credit card processing fee on all transactions. So the graph reflects the amount of money the credit card processing has cost historically, with the addition of a 2.5% credit card processing fee that offsets some of the cost. Our next goal for fiscal year 23-24 was to enhance amenities at the Topaz Lake Campground. The Topaz Lake Campground is a very popular park for day use, camping, boating, sea-doos, all kinds of activities. And with the increase in use over the last several years, we wanted to build a new playground in the park at the campground. So I don't know if any of you have been out there recently, but early last summer, we installed a new playground. We've also been doing some work to the buildings and doing some painting and some nice maintenance upkeep. Our goals for fiscal year 24-25, our first goal is to increase recreational activities in South County. I previously talked about some of the work that we have done at the Topaz Lake Campground. We're going to extend some of that at the campground and also at the TRE Community Park down there. So this graph, once again, represents the amount of revenue that we've collected from the Topaz Lake Campground. The graph is a little different than the one before because there's a shift in years that we're representing. So some of the things that we're going to be adding down there is the Community Services Department has partnered with the Carson Valley Swim Center to build a splash pad at the community park down there. It was a really great partnership between our department and the Carson Valley Swim Center to be able to bring some nice amenities to the residents of South County. We are also going to be adding a self-pay kayak kiosk to the Topaz Lake Campground. We get a lot of requests from people, where can we rent boats? Do you have kayaks? So we have partnered with an organization that will bring us kayaks. If you want to rent one, then you go up, you scan it on a QR code on your phone, and then you're able to rent it. We're going to start with 4. If there is an increase in demand and it becomes very popular, we can always increase the amount of kayaks that we have. So we're really excited about that. Our next department goal for 24-25 is to maintain low long-term care costs by providing services and supports for seniors to remain independent. This is a good opportunity for me to talk about the philosophy of the Community Services Department and to really be able to highlight some of the services that we provide that, 1, help keep our long-term care costs low, but 2, which is most important, is help keep seniors living in their home and independent as possible for as long as possible. We do that in a variety of ways. We do that by offering services at the community center, both community centers. We have nutritional opportunities with our congregate dining. We have exercise opportunities, art classes, opportunities for socialization. We have DART transportation that helps people get to medical appointments, helps them get to the senior center, shopping. If you're unable to drive, but you're still able to live independently, we want you to be able to access transportation so you can still get your needs met. Another service that we provide is our home delivered meals. Now, those are for individuals who are homebound. They are not able to get out of their home without the assistance of somebody else. This provides nutritional services and a visitor that comes to their house. Oftentimes people who are living at home and they are homebound, they can be very isolated. Our home delivered meals staff have formed great relationships with these individuals, and they're a friendly face that somebody gets to see. Another service that we provide is Homemaker Service. Now, this is a program that provides minimal housekeeping to seniors who are living in their homes. We can help with transportation to some medical appointments, grocery shopping, errands. It's a great program that, again, allows seniors to remain independent and help take care of some of their homemaking needs. Another program that we have is our Adult Day Club. So this really is the last piece or the last service that individuals will access before they might need some long-term care. And so our Adult Day Club offers part day and full day supervision for seniors who have cognitive impairments and who might need 24-hour supervision. This is a great program, not only for the participant in the program. They have an opportunity to go to the community center. They participate in our congregate meals every single day. They go to the gym. They walk the track. They participate in activities, art projects. We have our preschool that is up and going now, which really brings in this intergenerational approach to services. Our residents or our participants in the Adult Day Club can look out the window and they can see the kids playing in the playground, and brings great enjoyment. They recently have been able to do activities together. So all of these services together have really contributed to Douglas County's ability to remain have low long-term care costs. Our neighboring counties average about $700,000 to $1 million per year in long-term care costs. You can see by the graph that for fiscal year 22 and 23, our long-term care costs were $238,048. That is saving the state $2 million a year and the county $2 million a year, as this is a match program, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. Do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I just think this is exciting and fantastic and just stellar. Is there a wait list for the adult daycare? Are we able to sort of meet the need?
I do not believe there is a wait list at this time. I can confirm it. I will say that the space itself has capacity limitations per license, but I think we average anywhere from about 18 to 23 individuals at any given point in time. They all come at different times. We also have our DART transportation bus that can pick people up from their home and bring them to the Adult Day Club, which is also a really great program.
And same with the preschool. Same question, is there a wait list?
So the preschool has been open now for about 2 weeks down in the valley. So we have two preschools. We have one up at the Kale Community Center, and then we have one down at the Valley Community Center. We contract that program out, and it wasn't going for about the last year while we tried to secure a new contract. We have, and they just started early March. So I think they're about half capacity right now. The new preschools model has shifted a little, where we were doing preschool for a few hours a day. We have expanded that to be more of like a preschool daycare, because we recognize that there is a need in the valley. There are wait lists all over at preschools and daycares for kids to get in. So I think we're open from about 7:30 to 5:30 every day with a portion of instructional time.
So I just wanted to say, first of all, that's such a great program, and the amount of money you're saving is wonderful. You were going to mention the other thing that the Adult Day Care Center does that I don't think you got out, but maybe you did and I missed it. It gives the people that are taking care of the seniors time to go do stuff and a break, and I've gone through this taking care of my father. It's a great benefit to them.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. You did hit on a point that I had intended to make, and you are absolutely correct that this doesn't only help the individual in the program, but it provides great relief for a family caregiver. We see a lot of times where a caregiver might have to go into an institutional placement prior to their loved one because of the stress and the physical exhaustion that it takes caring for them. So this is a great program all around. There is no other adult day club within the surrounding counties. I think the next closest one is in Washoe County. So this is a really big selling point when people are thinking about moving here as they're aging, to be able to participate in a program like this. Our next department goal for 24-25 is to expand programming in the community center. So I did talk a lot about our senior programs, but we offer so much more than our programs for seniors. The community center really is a health and wellness hub. This is a place where people in the community go to participate in activities, sports, exercise, socialization. A few of the classes that we have that I'd like to highlight: we have American Sign Language classes, line dancing, pickleball for beginners, tap, hip hop, cribbage, table tennis, yoga, Pilates, so many classes. And they are all so diverse that they can really meet the needs of the entire community. So we want to be able to continue that. We really want to be able to offer classes that bring people in so that they can participate and be a part of the community. So we would like to continue that. The graph here, yep.
And the other benefit is, don't most of these classes pay you money to use a space?
So yes, a lot of them are contract classes. So an individual rents the space. We have a contract with them, and we get a portion of the money that they
So
bring
we
in.
provide a great service and great activities, and you're making money off of it.
Yes, all wins. If you look at the graph here, it talks about, this is the door count. So on all of the doors on all of our facilities, it counts people as they're coming in and out. This is our Kale Community Center, our community center side at our building down here in the valley, and our senior side. So we get a lot of people coming and going. Next, I'd like to talk about our org chart. So at any given time, we have about 115 to 135 full-time equivalencies on staff. So we do have seasonal part-time staff. I will go over, so we have the director, assistant director, and within the community services department, we have 4 major departments within the department. We have our animal care and services. We have our parks department, which is the parks and our weed control division. We have our community services manager who oversees recreation and senior services. And then we have our social services manager who oversees the social services department, public health, and the adult day club. In addition to all of the staff, we have hundreds of volunteers that help make programs work in our community center and in our surrounding areas. I don't think our congregate meal programs would be nearly as successful if we didn't have all of the volunteers, volunteer coaches, volunteer drivers. So we have a lot of volunteers, dog walkers. A couple other things to note within the community services department, we have a few advisory boards that do report to us. So we have our parks that we provide support to, I will say. We have a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, a Senior Services Public Transportation Advisory Board. We are the support for the Board of Health. And we also work with several nonprofits. So we have the Friends of Dangberg, we have Young at Heart, we have the Community Services Foundation, and we have the Douglas Animal Welfare Group.
I know you have WAVE on there also, and it's unfortunate we've had a demise of that program, but that was a previous great program also within the county. So.
Yeah. I would like to say that as far as WAVE goes, that we are going to take over their Buy a Brick program that is out front. So people will still be able to buy a brick for the WAVE program and have their loved ones honored out in front of the building. So that is something that we are going to continue to support.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our social services revenue comprised of dedicated taxes, charges for services, interfund transfers, grants, and then miscellaneous rents and leases and interests. Our social services fund is dedicated to providing indigent services, social services, our community health clinic, and the adult day club. So they support a variety of programs: advocacy, wraparound case management, medical assistance, family planning, job readiness, homeless prevention. Some of the things that have happened over the last year with our social services department, which I'm really excited about, is the increase in licensed social workers that we have hired to provide some more wraparound case management services. I think the addition to this licensed staff really helps with making sure that people are getting the services that they need. Our social workers work with the mobile outreach safety team, with doing some crisis response with the sheriff's department. They work within the jail doing, so it's called FAST, a forensic assessment services treatment team. So they help connect people to resources. So when they are released from the jail, they're able to get social services, they're able to get within treatment. They also go out and do annual reevaluations for our home delivered meals recipients and our homemaker recipients. So we have social workers going out and meeting with their seniors in their homes to make sure that their needs are being met as well. A lot of my presentation, I'm going to talk about our revenue sources and a little bit less on the expenses. I'll go through our expense slides. If you have questions, please let me know. But I think the revenue pieces are a really important piece to understand how our organization operates, and they're pretty complex, so I'm going to do my best. So I'm going to start with our social services budget. There are 2 funds in the social services budget. There's the 215 fund and the 216 fund. So the 215 fund is the account that collects funds that support the 215 fund. These funds are our indigent services funds. So state law authorizes counties to collect a minimum of 6 cents and a maximum of 10 cents on property taxes to support indigent services. Our 216 fund is the main fund that is used to provide aid and relief to individuals who are getting social services. And this is where our indigent funds, the 6 to 10 cent funds, are transferred into for operations. The 216 fund is required by statute to grow 4.5% every year, which is why it is our operating budget. It has our salaries in it, which typically go up by that amount each year also. This slide is very difficult to see, but I really wanted to show this is the amount of property taxes that are collected over the last 20 years in Douglas County. There are 3 areas that I would really like to focus on today that really impact social services. So the first one is the property tax collected for social services, which is the 3.37 cents. Kathy Lewis really went into great detail on the property tax earlier in the week. And so I just kind of wanted to be able to connect that to the social services budget. This also shows the 6 to 10 cent fund that is collected here, and a 1.5 cent collected, which is the Indigent Accident Fund. So prior to the Affordable Care Act, people did not have insurance. Down in Las Vegas, there were lots of car accidents and hit and runs, and people who did not have insurance went to UMC Hospital down there. UMC said, we cannot continue to operate providing free services to all of these individuals. So the state responded by saying, okay, we will have all of the counties collect 1.5 cents on their property tax to support this Indigent Accident Fund. I'll circle back a little bit later in the presentation about why this is important to us and our long-term care costs. This slide for our 6 to 10 cent funds shows where there was a tax shift that started in 2013 and 2014. So social services was collecting 10 cents out of the 6 to 10 cent fund and had a budget surplus. So in 2013, 2014, the social services department was put on a county planned spend down. So social services began collecting 4 cents, and then the remaining 6 cents was shifted to the general fund to support the roads. The 215 revenue source, like I had mentioned before, is the 6 to 10 cent fund. So you'll see what our proposed budget is in the amount that we are projected to receive from collecting 6 cents. Yes. Okay. This graph this slide represents the transfer out from the 215 fund. So the fees that are collected from the 6 to 10 cent fund are transferred out in 3 different areas. First, there is a transfer out to the social services fund, the 16 fund, like I had mentioned before. There are 2 additional transfer outs from the 6 to 10 cent fund. One goes to the general fund to support the public guardian. The other goes to senior services to support senior services. So the idea is that all 3 of those entities they are providing indigent services. This is the 216 fund, so this shows the revenue. So it shows where the transfer in down at the bottom is coming in from the 216. There are also property taxes on the top line, so that is that 3.37 cents that I had mentioned before, collected through property tax. Then we have grants. We have charges for services, which represents dollars collected from the adult day club and the health clinic, and then miscellaneous interest earnings. The next 3 slides talk about the expenses for social services. So the first one, these expenses are the indigent services. So when funds are transferred out of, this covers the long-term care costs. I apologize. So these are the expenses for our long-term care costs and where they go. The next 2 slides are our operating budget. So this is what pays for all of the services that are provided within social services. So you'll see on here, there's housing, we do and then all of our operating fees or services are in here as well. I'll click through.
If you don't mind, if we can go back to that and let us digest it just a few seconds.
Yep.
I see the travel is up 400%. Whose travel?
This travel is for staff to be able to attend trainings. So previously, a lot of trainings were being done virtually online, and so now they're bringing back some more in-person training. So this is allowing staff to be able to participate in trainings.
Thank you.
And the professional services is down substantially. Can you explain that?
I can answer that one. Jeff Bonner. There used to be a drug and alcohol counselor that was a contracted, not an employee, hired via a contract that provided services that were paid for out of professional services, but that no longer exists. That person has now done in-house.
That was an individual that was funded through a grant through Story County through their community services department, who was located down here, and they did assessments for people in the jail. Thank you.
And our rents and leases of equipment is down substantially.
Those are, copy machines. So we had redone some leases on our copy machines and gotten some new ones. And so I think that's what that is reflecting.
Who's now doing your background screening that's down 100%?
I can take this one. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. So if you recall, earlier this week, we had a presentation from Human Resources on the Risk Fund. And so we have centralized all background checks to be paid for out of risk. And so across each of the department budgets, you will see a reduction in the cost funded by that department for backgrounds. That's now all been moved under risk.
And then janitorial services, I would imagine that is a contracted service?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just the cost of,
Having somebody come and clean the office space. You good? Okay. And then this is just the rest of that department's expense budget.
the CSBG grant.
Yes.
Can you,
So it's the Community Services Block Grant, so it is yep. I can hear it. Okay, we good? Okay. Okay, so I am going to talk more about our long-term care. And so what I really wanted to do is to be able to provide some history of where we got to where we are, where the counties are responsible for providing the long-term care. So in 2003, the legislature passed an unfunded mandate that required all counties to pay the non-federal share of long-term care costs. So what this meant was that counties were responsible for funding the pieces that Medicare and Medicaid did not cover. Then in 2011, the state expanded the income eligibility requirements for people to be eligible to receive county support to pay for their long-term care costs. So what this meant was there were more people that were accessing support from counties for long-term care, and it was unfunded. And so early on, counties really had a financial hardship with being able to pay their portion of the long-term care costs. So what happened, NACO, the Nevada Association of County Organizations, went to the Department of Health and Human Services, and they said, counties are struggling being able to make this cost. We would like to recommend putting a cap. So counties that collect 8 cents of the 6 to 10 cents, we would like to be able to help them cover their long-term care costs. So if a county collects the 8 cents and their long-term care costs hit or exceeds the 8 cents, then NACO can help pay for those costs using the Indigent Accident Fund. Now, because of the Affordable Care Act, people were not accessing the Indigent Accident Fund because it was said that they have insurance now, so they wouldn't need to access it. But counties were still collecting those dollars and it was going into a fund. So at that time, NACO said, hey, let's use these dollars to support individuals in long-term care and help counties pay for their portion of the match. Since Douglas County is collecting 6 cents, if our long-term care costs were to go up to the 8 cents, we would not be able to access assistance from the Indigent Accident Fund. Right now, because of all the great services that the Community Services Department provides, our long-term care costs are fairly low. But I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of how that program works and where we sit within the 6 to 10 cent funds and where those caps are.
Ms. Adie, this is as clear as mud. But then again, I've listened to this presentation by Mr. Morgan several times over the years, and he hasn't made it any clearer than you have, okay? It's still as clear as mud. So we're hearing the same information.
Yep.
It's no clearer. It's just a different face on the delivery. So I applaud you for attempting to somehow clarify this, but I'm still not there. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. I made flashcards, so I knew what I was talking about.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, I think a couple of big takeaways for the County Commission as you are reflecting on this presentation later tonight, because you can't sleep, right? There are 2 things impacting these dollars. One, we're not collecting as much as we could, right? So we're at 6 cents and we could be collecting up to 10. And to really maximize the amount, the benefit, we should potentially consider increasing that amount at least to 8 cents. And that would allow us to dip into the funds that the state has in the I don't remember what it's called.
Indigent Accident Fund.
Indigent Accident Fund. Additionally, and we moved very quickly through this slide. I'm actually surprised commissioners didn't have more questions for you on this other portion that Ms. Adie highlighted, which is we are utilizing funding from social services. We are funding social services, a little bit less than we could, because we are utilizing some of the funding that we're collecting in the 215 fund to supplement, for lack of a better word, the general fund, specifically road maintenance. So a number of years ago, the County Commission made the decision to take some of that funding and to shift it to road maintenance. And so eventually, what I'm trying to let you guys know is that we potentially have a problem on multiple fronts in this fund. And in I described to Scott, this is a little bit like a cups game. It's all politically appropriate, and how we're utilizing these funds is allowed, but we're shuffling cups to maximize the dollars available to us in the general fund. And so in essence, we are robbing Peter to pay Paul, and eventually this strategy is going to come home to roost, for lack of a better phrase. So those are the 2 takeaways for the board. 1, we should potentially look at one day increasing the amount we're collecting so that we can maximize those dollars. And 2, we probably need a different strategy to fund road maintenance moving forward, and need to identify funds separate from this money to support road maintenance for the long term. So while you said that this message is clear as mud, I actually think, thank you so much for giving this presentation, Brooke, because if anyone had any doubt whether or not she was qualified for her position, the fact that she was able to explain this so well today, to me, highlights just how much she has been able to glean from Mr. Morgan while she's been being mentored by him in her role as the assistant director of this department. And I actually think she did a better job today than Scott did explaining this. So, ha, Scott. And well done.
And
She certainly did it faster.
there's no doubt about that, Commissioner Tarkanian. And now I am completely clear on that, Ms. Davidson. Not. Not. No. Someday you're going to have to just draw it out on a whiteboard for me, okay?
So are you suggesting, Ms. Davidson, that we don't make any changes this year, but this is background information for another year?
I think so. I think what I'm trying to highlight is we have a number of structural problems with the general fund. And this county has over time developed strategies to try to limp the general fund along without identifying new revenue sources. Those strategies are going to sunset at some point. They are not sustainable. We have got to have a serious conversation about new revenue sources for the general fund, because other funds are also being impacted by this. And we all know, we have heard from the board as part of a strategic planning process, that social services are a definite need for this community. And certainly because of our demographics, it's going to be an increasing need over time. And there's a desire by this board to enhance services over time in social services. We cannot do that if we continue to shift funding from social services to the general fund.
Well, therefore, I have time over the next year to come talk to you and try and figure this out
Yes,
better.
I welcome that. Yes, thank you.
And this one is unfunded mandate.
Yes. So to talk more about long-term care costs, I pulled together a slide, which is some information that we get from the Department of Health and Human Services, and we are able to compare our long-term care costs with our neighboring counties. So the Douglas County is the blue bar, Lyon County is the red, and Carson City is the green. So you can see where our long-term care costs are in comparison to our neighboring counties. For example, Carson City, they provide a lot of the same services that we do, but they have a very siloed approach to those services. They have transportation over here, they have senior services over here, and they have social services over here. Because all of these services are in one department, I have the ability to pull all of the managers together to say, let's problem solve, let's collaborate, let's figure out how we can provide the best services to the individuals that we possibly can. Because they're the same people. They're the same people that are going to social services, that are going to transportation, that might be coming to the community center. They're working with all of our staff already. Why can't we come together to say, how can we support them in the best way? That's why this works, because we are all under one roof and we are able to come together and collaborate in a very effective and efficient way.
Have you showed this to our neighbors? You know,
No.
just kidding. No, but the one question, I do have a question that probably is best for when we're talking offline, but these other counties would be dipping in more into the indigent, what is it?
Indigent Accident Fund.
Right? They would be dipping way more into those funds than we are.
Yes.
Which is, you know, it's good it's there, but gosh, we should be getting, just because we're doing a good job doesn't mean we shouldn't get some access to that as well. So just a thought.
Yes.
Probably impossible given the structure of things, but we'll come talk.
Okay, good. Moving on, I'm going to talk about our community health nurse. So our community health nurse is responsible for family planning and immunizations, and this is their expense slide. So these are the things that they're spending their dollars on. So I can I can hold as long as you need me to, or I can move forward. You let me know, please.
Commissioner Gardner wanted to know why you're spending so much on printing and binding.
That was tongue in cheek.
What was it?
Huge increase.
Yeah, that is a percentage-wise, yes. From $18, so this is looking at the 2024 budget. Yes, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Next is our adult day club. So these are the expenses related to our adult day club. I'm going to talk about our performance measures and workload indicators. So first is our social services clients. So you can see the graph on the left represents the total number of unduplicated clients in blue, the total number of clients in red that come to access food closet vouchers, and then in green are our homeless prevention clients. So those are individuals that might need assistance with housing. So it might be emergency housing in a hotel, or assistance with a deposit for a new apartment, or rent if they're having a difficult time paying rent. The next slide is our homemaker clients. So these are the number of individuals that get homemaker services in Douglas County over the last 5 years. Next, we have our community health nurse. So the community health nurse in blue are the total unique patients. In red, those are individuals at flu events. And then the green are seniors at flu events. So these are the number of individuals that they're serving in different ways throughout the years.
By flu events, I'm assuming that you're talking about inoculations, or are we just talking about people flat?
No, but giving flu shots. Like, yes, inoculations. Thank you.
Good question, because I didn't know that.
We have one supplemental request in this budget. So over the last couple years, we've done a lot of remodeling of the building, both inside and outside. This last year, we finalized a bunch of improvements we did the siding, windows, all kinds of things. The ramp is the last piece that needs to be updated within the building. So that's our one supplemental request for this. I'm going to talk a little bit about the One Nevada Opioid Settlement Fund. I think our District Attorney, Mark Jackson, talked very well on it earlier in the week. He provided a lot of really great information. I'm not going to go too in depth in this other than to say that these funds sit within the Social Services Department. We have hired a staff member who is going to be overseeing these dollars. So her responsibility is going to be meeting with community providers, training, really being up to date with different programs and evidence-based practices, and engaging with our community to see where there are gaps and where the needs are. The one expenditure to date really is our needs assessment that we completed last year. So April of 2023, we brought our needs assessment before this board that identified the key areas of focus in Douglas County with the opioid settlement funds. We have 2 programs going right now. Both of them are pilot programs. We have one with Partnership Douglas County, which provides prevention activities for school-aged kids, so kids in the school, mostly high school and maybe some middle school. I think it's mostly high school. And then we also have a pilot program going with Carson Valley Health for them to provide groups. So they do a group for individual adults with substance use disorder, a separate group for adults with mental health issues, and then a separate group for youth with mental health disorders. So these are some pilot programs that we're starting. We're hoping as we move forward and the individual who's taken this position gets a little bit more settled, we can start authorizing this fund like a community grant opportunity, sort of, where we're able to fund some community providers who can apply to and meet the needs within our needs assessment.
While we're there, I know that also something we've talked about at NACO is the Resilient Nevada program. Are we dipping in our toes into that program as well?
We have not at this point. we had applied for a grant for the Resilient Nevada Fund. We had asked for funding to support Douglas County individuals to access residential treatment and transitional living treatment. We were not awarded that grant. However, they took our grant application and they said they had some state opioid response dollars. And so they said, hey, we have some funds that can help meet this need. Can you partner with a treatment provider that does residential and transitional living services and create an MOU that says this treatment provider will have X number of slots for Douglas County residents to be able to access treatment while these funds are available? And we said, yes, we would really like to do that. And so we partnered with Carson City Community Counseling Center. They had opened up a new residential treatment facility in Carson. It's a 52-bed facility that has residential treatment, transitional living, and they also have a wing that supports individuals seeking treatment with their children. So they can have up to 2 children up to 8 years old in this residential treatment facility. Oftentimes we see a female who is pregnant and they're accessing treatment when the baby is born. They either choose treatment or their baby. And so this is a place where they could have both. So we've worked with them to be able to have some slots for Douglas County residents. So that's where I can stop for today before I get into the room tax. The room tax is quite large also, so I can do that after lunch if you guys are supportive of that.
I think that would be a good idea. We have some business to attend to at lunch, so.
Before we do that, I just wanted to go back to your original slide. I know that's, if you can go back and look at your original slide, if you could pull that up real quick. There was something on there that I didn't mention at the time. I know we're going back a lot. But I think it's important for our residents to understand. Yeah, go. Sorry about this.
You're good.
Yay. Maybe one more.
I think that.
No, one, okay, go, okay, this one. There it is. Parks that contain the amenities the community wants, that residents 60 years of age or older have opportunities to. We don't isolate our programs to ages. And so I wanted to make sure the community understood that these programs that we provide are all ages within our county, not just 60 and above. So I just wanted to point that out. I caught that and then I failed to mention it at the time. So thank you for what you delivered to the county.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to recess. We will come back at 1:20. We'll come back at 1:30. 1:30, and at least the commissioners are back. So why don't you continue with your presentation, please?
All right, good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Brooke Adey. I am the Director of our Community Services Department. I'd like to start off by letting you all know that there is a packet in front of you. I have extra copies out here on the table. And what it is just a few of the slides from the presentation for you to have to put in your binder that really explains the room tax. In case you get questions, then this is a very quick reference for you to be able to look at how the room tax, the revenues are collected, and then where all the disbursements go. With that being said, I'll start with the room tax fund. So this is dedicated to Parks and Recreation, promotion at the lake, down here in the valley and at the state, economic vitality, and then Valley Roads and Transit. So it supports a wide variety of funds. The room tax fund revenue sources are room taxes, the transient lodger's license tax, or the TLLT, the $5 per night surcharge on room tax, sales tax, utility operator fee, charges for services, and then a transfer in from the general fund, and then miscellaneous rents, leases, and interests. So I'm going to start by talking about the room tax revenue. So you will see here the dollar amounts that have been budgeted in the previous fiscal years and what's budgeted for fiscal year 24-25. Now, please note, this is not a number that you're going to see in your packet. This dollar amount reflects the room tax revenue plus the pass-throughs, but does not include the $5 per night surcharge fee, all of which I'll get into in a little bit more detail. But in 1969, the Douglas County lodger's tax, and then again the TLLT are what are the ordinance and the NRS that outline, that provide the authority to the county to collect room tax. So the room tax, the state has authorized every county to collect 10 cents for room tax. And then later on, there was a county ordinance that increased the amount we're collecting to 14 cents at the lake and 13 cents at the valley. The room tax funds that are collected, this is how they're dispersed. So you will see on this slide, there are 3 pass-throughs. There's a pass-through directly to the state for promotion, county roads, and then the Tahoe Transportation District. There is a percentage that goes to the Douglas County Promotion and Convention Center, and then a portion that goes to Parks and Recreation. This slide shows the combined amount for the 13 cents and the 14 cents. I'm going to break down each one of what is collected at the lake and down at the valley. Yep. Yes.
Otherwise known as?
Tahoe Blue. Yes, the event center.
Is that an official name?
This was a name that was carried over from previous slides, I think, before it had been named. We should
You
have
really
updated
mean the
it.
Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, or who gets all the money from this is the TOT money, right?
The next slide really looks at the 14 cents collected at the lake and how it's distributed up at the lake.
Ms. Adey, if we go back to the original slide, I think the Tahoe Visitors Authority in that 1997 Act, if I'm not mistaken, NRS specifically talks about calls it a Douglas County Convention Center, if I'm not mistaken, or it does refer to a convention center.
Yes, the NRS.
So it's not Tahoe Blue, it's the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority.
Well, the funds are distributed to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority that support the convention center, and that's done in a couple ways. One way it's done through the room tax, the other is through the $5 per night surcharge fee. Okay. Do you guys have any questions on this one? The next two slides represent the breakdown of the 14 cents that's collected at the lake and then the 13 cents that's collected in the valley from the room tax. So you will see here that 65% of the amount collected goes to lake promotion and the convention center, and then 24% of it goes to the Parks and Recreation Department. The spot down below talks about how that 65% is broken out. So 88% of it goes to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. That's established in statute, and those are discretionary funds. A small portion of it goes to the Lake Tahoe Chamber, and then 10% goes to the LTVA, which is specific to the convention center. Next, the 13 cents in the valley. So 43% of the amount collected goes to promotion down here in the valley, and that goes to the Carson Valley Visitors Authority, and 46% of it goes to the county Parks and Recreation. There is a small portion in each that goes to the general fund for admin.
And gentlemen, my fellow commissioners have recently been getting the financial reports from the Carson Valley Visitors Authority and passing those along to you in your baskets so that you had an understanding of their income and what they do with that income. So, all for transparency's standpoint.
In 2019, SB 461 was passed, which implemented a $5 per night surcharge for all hotel rooms and lodging accommodations in the Lake Tahoe Township. So that minus a 1% admin fee is what goes to support the convention center. It goes to the LTDVA for the convention center, and you'll see down below that's the projected budgeted amount. The $2,267,690 for fiscal year 24-25. Another revenue source is a transfer in. It's a sales tax. It's called PALS. This is the Douglas County Sales and Use Tax from 1999. It was voter approved as a result of AB 616. 25% of the sales tax collected goes to the seniors, 20% of it goes to Parks and Recreation, and 55% of it goes to the library. We also have a utility operator fee. There are two pieces to the utility operator fee. I'll talk about one now, and then I will talk about the second part in a later slide. In 2011, there was an increase in fee to the public utilities. It was 1/2 of 1 cent to support the needs of the community center. So it helps with covering the utility bills, electric bill, all of those to support the new community center. You will see on these fees are collected through your electric bill, your natural gas, and your phone bill. Next are charges for services. So policy in NRS authorizes the Parks and Recreation Department to collect fees for services. So that the number down below is our projected amount that we're going to be collecting in fees and charges. Next, we have a transfer in from the general fund. So this is the second part of the utility operator fee. In 2007, there was an ordinance approved to increase the utility operator fee by 2 cents. Now, this is a time when we were in an economic downfall and there was a great risk to the reduction of services, mostly at the library, senior services, park services, recreation activities. So there was discussions about recreation activities costing more. And the people were really concerned and they wanted to make sure that those services continued. So they came out and they advocated and they supported funding for the library, for Parks and Recreation, for senior services. As a result, the ordinance was passed to increase the utility operator fee by 2 cents to support the general fund. Now, the Parks Department gets a transfer from the general fund that is specifically to support the maintenance of non-park facilities. The Parks Department provides landscaping and snow removal activities for our non-park facilities. So that's the 911 building, animal care services, the courthouse, the law enforcement building, Minden Inn, the former social services buildings, and then many median strips around the community. As you see that the roads are getting built and the roundabouts and the median strips, our Parks Department is responsible for maintaining those. At one point, there was question as to whether or not there was a more cost-effective way to get these services completed. So when I had first joined the department, we went out to RFP. We engaged with private landscape and snow removal companies to get bids to say, are we doing it in the most cost-effective way? The outcome of that exercise showed that we received 2 bids. The lowest bid showed that the county is providing the service at a lower cost, more efficiently and more effectively. If you will see on any snow day, you do not have a problem accessing the parking lot or the buildings of any of these county buildings. Our park staff is up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and they are doing snow removal to make sure that everybody can safely access all of these buildings. That's when it's snowing. When it's not snowing, they take great care and pride in our landscape around all of these facilities. If you will go outside, you will see that they are very pristinely taken care of. So it's not always about cost, it's about the efficiency and the effectiveness of the service. They provide a great customer service. So this is why we continue to have our park staff maintain landscape and snow removal activities on these non-park facilities. I'm going to go into some of the expense slides. So this first slide, 801, is our cost allocation. So this is the room tax paying for services that are provided from other departments within the county. Next is 802.
I see.
Can we go back?
Yeah, you need to give us just a moment to absorb this, if you don't mind. A tremendous drop in a 40% drop in professional services here. Can you tell us why that is such a significant drop?
Jeff Bonner, budget analyst. We have a contract and a purchase order with an outside company to help us collect room tax revenues, and the cost of it is significantly reducing. It's actually a purchase order that's not maintained by our department. It's just paid through our department. So that was the estimate of the cost for next year. It was that it's going to be those expenses.
So we brought some of that in-house, or is
It's the HDL.
It's a reduced cost?
It's the HDL contract for.
I can speak to this one.
Yep.
Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. So HDL is a professional service that we contracted with for VHR-related matters. They were doing some of the permit work in addition to monitoring illegal renting online and combing the websites for us. We have been able to bring that work in-house. We have a permit technician who has assumed a large chunk of the responsibilities as part of Mr. Stralo's team, and others, administrative staff support as well, support that. So that is the primary reason for the reduction. We are retaining HDL to do the other related work to continue to comb the websites and things for us. So glad to realize a savings there, and thank you for that.
Any other questions on these expenses? Okay. Next are expenses for 802. These are our distributions to the Carson Valley Visitors Authority, the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, and the Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce.
So we're anticipating a drop in those revenues, right? Okay. Is there any thought process of why we're anticipating a drop or reduction?
Jeff Bonner, for the record. That was just, again, this is the expenses that we pay out of the room taxes that we collect. So the room tax estimates for the coming year are anticipated to go down. I believe that's partially just due to a dip in tourism. It kind of peaked during COVID in a lot of ways. So the overall, if you go back to the revenue slide, the overall amount of room tax revenue collected is forecasted to be lower. and thus the expenses that we pay out to these different agencies is also forecasted to be lower.
Okay, so, but are we sharing these numbers with these authorities to understand that, hey, but, folks, we're expecting some downturns here, and therefore you need to adjust your budgets accordingly? I mean, not that we have control of the
Yes,
budgets
we can.
necessarily,
Yes, we
but
can.
we should at least give them a heads up.
Yes, absolutely, we can.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, if I can just jump in here. The reason for the adjustment on the revenue side is due in large part to the conversations that we have with these entities, especially up at the lake. We're very plugged in to what's going on, and it's monitored very closely by the Visitors Authority and our stakeholder partners up at the lake. And so when they're seeing declines in revenue, we are usually the first to know, and we exchange that information. So we thank the lake for our partnership, and also the businesses in the valley as well who communicate those things through our chamber and our business council. So again, another reason why Douglas County has to stay plugged into these important stakeholder conversations. 99% of what we do boils down to great communication. So good thing that's in our strategic plan.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions on the distributions? Our Parks Department performance measures and workload indicators, this is just a snapshot of all of the work that the Parks Department does and all of the acres of land that they cover and the service organizations they work with. The Parks Division maintains over 760 acres of park lands and has 19 parks and a wide variety of recreational activities. On the left, you'll see all of the parks that we're responsible for maintaining. And then on the right, you see all of the park youth organizations that we work with. We work really closely with Carson Valley Little League, the softball, 4-H, lacrosse, the Hot Shots, Pop Warner. We work to make sure that they have the amenities that they need to support their parks, that we're good partners with them, and they are good partners with us. We meet in the beginning of the season, after the season. We want to make sure that we're able to work together to meet their needs. So we are very supportive of all of these youth sport organizations.
I can't help but ask, who are the Dirtbags?
The Dirtbags is a travel baseball team. It's a feeder baseball team into the high school.
Thank you.
So here is another example of all of the programs that the Parks is responsible for maintaining. They do pavement maintenance, ground maintenance, equipment maintenance, athletic fields. They maintain the arena at the fairground. They maintain the campground out at Topaz Lake. They're responsible for inspecting playgrounds. They take reservations for all of our park facilities and work with the vendors for all of our special events. They do a snow removal, some years more than others, and they work closely with many youth sports organizations. They also do some weed control and some water systems maintenance. Now I get to talk about some of the fun stuff. We are Parks and Recreation, and we get to do a lot of really fun activities. Even if they are not activities that we're putting on, they are activities that we are very supportive of. The Hot Air Balloon for Hope is at Lampe Park. Our parks guys are there working during the entire event, emptying garbages, cleaning bathrooms, providing support for the people that are putting on the event. The Douglas County Rodeo. Now, the rodeo only takes place for 2 days, but it's a week-long event setting up. We meet with the rodeo before the rodeo to say, hey, where are you putting fences? Where are people going to be driving in and out? How are you organizing parking? Then during the event, they're there emptying garbages, cleaning bathrooms. The Carson Valley Chucker Club annual fundraiser. There are activities that happen inside the pavilion, and so we wanted to highlight that that is also a highly utilized, busy facility, the pavilion itself. We also provide a lot of support for Carson Valley Days, different sports tournaments at all the different parks that we have, and then Big Mama's Car Show and Shine, which is put on by our Young at Heart Club as a fundraiser for our senior programs. No, those are not. So our next couple slides talk about the expenses in 805. So this is the main operating budget for our Parks Department. You'll see within this budget all of the services and supplies, major maintenance and repair, small equipment, really everything that is needed to make the Parks Department run. So I'll pause here. If you guys have questions, let me know, and then maybe let me know when you're ready to go to the next slide, please.
I'm not familiar with that Walker River lease. I probably should be, but what is that referring to?
That is the lease for Topaz Lake Campground.
That's risk management insurance, that's a big jump.
Yeah, so this is part of the cost allocation, so those aren't fees that we determine, so I don't know if there's additional information on that as to why the costs have increased, but.
And the heating has gone up significantly. Is that because of the cost of fuel? Yeah. I heard that in the last 3 years, you could, what you were previously putting $36 worth of gas in your car, you can now put in your car for $90. So.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I can provide an answer on the risk management after looking at it more closely. So it looks like the adjustment to risk management there is an adjustment to reflect actuals from the previous fiscal year. And so it looks like we had probably been under projecting that a tiny bit. It looks like 2023 actual was 31,000, and now we're budgeting closer to 33 when we had a lower $17,000 number at one point. For our this particular division, it has been my experience, these facilities, you have a lot of potential risk and liability associated with people doing the types of activities, more than just someone entering this building who could slip and fall. We got people involved in sports and all sorts of fun stuff going on, but that means we definitely have some liability associated with that.
Okay, good. This is the next slide. I think there are maybe 2 slides. Yep. This is the last one that shows the 805 operating budget.
Want me to take that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jeff Bonner, budget analyst. We've tried to streamline. If you'll notice, there's a line item called towels and tissues that has gone away, and thus the increase to cleaning supplies. It got a little convoluted with a lot of overlapping expense line items, so we just kind of tried to streamline them and give them more of a broad title. I like to keep things clean. Sorry, bad timing.
Guys good? Okay. Next, we have 806 expenses. So this is the fund where our capital improvement projects sit. You can see for what should say 2025, actually says 2925. That was a typo. There are $0 budgeted in that line item. because we haven't budgeted for any of our capital projects right now. I do want to piggyback on what Jennifer had said just a few minutes ago, that when it comes to capital projects, we are very in tune with our budget. We look to make sure that we have revenue to cover the expenses for projects. So if we get approved for a project, we make sure that we have the revenue before we start that project. So typically, in the beginning of the fiscal year, you won't see us starting a lot of projects. We wait until a little bit later in the year to make sure that the revenue is coming in at the pace that we need it to come in to be able to complete those projects. Sometimes projects take a longer period of time because we're making sure that the revenue is coming in, but we watch this very closely, so this is where all of our projects sit.
Now, if I can just jump in, since we're piggybacking, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. Speaking of stakeholders being plugged into our important conversations, Steve Teixeira reached out. He's watching our presentation online. And he said he just wanted the commission to know that some of the forecasted dip in the room tax revenues is due to a significant number of state line resort rooms being offline due to extensive reconstruction and remodeling taking place at Harvey's and the Golden Nugget. So those are the type of real-time conversations that we're having with our stakeholders, and it's really good for us to be able to monitor those revenue sources and make adjustments. I love how this team budgets for capital projects, and if we need to make some adjustments because we planned something, because we thought the revenue was going to be there, we can be making some decisions with the commission to not proceed with projects if in fact our revenues are not coming in like we were thinking that they might, because things happen, right? So thank you to Mr. Teixeira for reminding us of that.
The other thing I'd like to add in that regard is I know that Parks and Recreations, the advisory board, they look at a 5-year projection on capital improvement projects with the understanding that if the revenues are there, we can bring some things forward, and if the revenues are not there, then we have to postpone those items, even though we would like to have them. Those are wish lists, and sometimes we just have to push them off when we don't have the revenues to cover that. And that happens to be a position we're in today. Whereas in previous years, perhaps we had, as you can see, the funds have gone up over the last few years, but then because we've had the revenues. But so thank you for doing that. Yeah.
I do want to emphasize that the room tax budget is the most volatile revenue stream in the department. It can be highly impacted by a number of factors. The rooms being available, like it was just stated, fires, storms. If it's too snowy, people can't get here. If there's not enough snow, they don't come here. So this fund can vary drastically. It is a very volatile fund, which is why we need to keep in tune with it very closely to make sure that our revenues are meeting our expenses. I'm going to jump into our recreation side of the house now. So this slide represents the total memberships that have been sold from 2020 to 2023. There are a lot of memberships. There's a wide variety, 90-day, 30-day, annual, senior, youth, all kinds of memberships, just to highlight the number of people that are coming in and accessing our facility over time.
Let's go back. Yep. I see that Douglas County employee memberships, and that's an impressive number in my mind, considering what do we have, about a little over 600 county employees, and for our participation, that's an impressive number.
It's very impressive.
Appreciate our county employees using that facility.
Yes. This is an impact report that we like to share, and it highlights the work of the Douglas County Community Foundation. They raise money throughout the year and get a small community grant to support free youth and teen memberships to all kids in the Valley and at the lake. If they get a membership at the Valley, they can also go to the lake and vice versa. So Since 2016, over $511,143 have been raised for this program, and over 7,000 scholarships for these youth and teens. This is a great program. This program allows access to our facilities regardless of somebody's ability to pay. It gets kids coming to the community center, participating in activities. If they weren't there at the community center engaging with their friends and playing basketball and having a place to go to after school, they would not be in a visible location, and that's when trouble happens. So this is a great program, and it's amazing that we are able to allow so many kids to access this service. So we like to highlight the work that they do.
And I'm just going to ask if maybe rather than youth and teen scholarships, maybe youth and teen sponsorships, because that's really what this is, right? It's somebody else sponsoring a kid to take advantage of our community center without having to have it come out of their personal pocket or out of their family pocket, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's the right name, but to me it's more of a sponsorship than it is a scholarship.
Right. Yep. Thank you. Our recreation programs include adult sports, kids club, adventure camps, both Rad Camp up at the lake and adventure camp down here in the valley. We have a number of contract classes like we had talked about earlier. We have 2 preschools, Sagebrush Sprouts down in the valley, Roots and Wings up at the lake. We do a number of facility reservations, and we work with different entities to put on different programs. You'll see 2 of our community events highlighted here as our family concert series that we partner with sponsors. This year we have Starbucks Roasting Plant to be our sponsor, and then we work closely with the town Main Street Gardnerville to put on the Dia de los Muertos Festival. Here are some...
I just really appreciate Starbucks stepping up to do that. I think those are wonderful events, and I wanted to pause and emphasize how great it is that they stepped up to do that.
Yes, we are very thankful for all that Starbucks does. They provide a lot of services and supports to the senior center, coffee, cups. They do a lot, and we're very grateful for them in the community. So thank you for taking that moment. I'd like to highlight some of our Valley recreation activities. We have our father-daughter dance, which I think sells about 1,200 tickets every year. It's very popular, very highly attended. That takes place at the community center. We have Toddler Time, which happens once a month, and there are various themes to Toddler Time. This was our first responder day. At Halloween, we do a Halloween trick-or-treat parade. All the kids are in costume, and they go throughout the entire building. It's lots of fun. We have different senior events. This one's our Mother's Day tea time. And then we partner with the Douglas County School District. They bring over their adaptive PE class, and we do a rock wall climbing class. And so it gives them an opportunity to learn how to climb the rock wall with supports. We also have recreation events at the lake. So we have some common events both at the lake and the valley, but these ones are operated at the lake, so they have their youth sports program. They also have a father-daughter dance. It does not take place at the community center. It takes place at one of the casinos, but also a very popular event. And then here's a picture of our Roots and Wings preschool kids playing. So these are a couple slides that are going to talk about our Department 810, our recreation expenses. There are several different expense budgets for recreation. This is our main expense budget that takes care of a lot of the services and supplies and things that go along with the recreation programs. So I'll let you review that, and then please let me know if you have questions.
Training and education is a significant jump. Perhaps you can give us some explanation there.
This is to allow our staff to attend both state and national conferences for Parks and Recreation. Previously, a lot of those things were being done virtual. Now they're taking place again. We have a National Parks and Recreation Conference that changes locations each year. This year it was in Texas. Next year it's in Atlanta. And then we also have our state association, our Nevada Parks and Recreation Society here in the state. And so these allow us to participate in some of those national trainings so we can stay up to date with different trends for recreation programs and also park operations.
There must be some explanation for maintenance buildings and grounds, because this one went way down, but most of the time we're seeing those go way up. So there's probably some sort of, go ahead. Did I get that right? Let me see. Yeah, went down 60%.
Jeff Bonner, budget analyst. Correct, it did go down, and thank you for noticing that. This is, again, as Brooke was mentioning earlier, the volatility of the room tax fund. When things are good and we have a lot of revenue coming in, we can do a lot more sort of one-time maintenance type projects, and a lot of those do get funded out of this account. When things are forecasted to go down a little bit, we are obviously very conservative, dial things back, and don't plan for as many of those maintenance fixes, things. We put things on hold until we know the revenues come in.
Good. Where is that? Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Nope.
I'm sorry, I'll say that out loud now. What is contracted transportation?
That's school buses.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That is a contract that we have with the Douglas County School District to provide bus services for the ski club and for our summer adventure camp programs. Instead of using the vans, they'll use some buses.
Does this number just reflect that what they're having to pay more for bus drivers, they're having to?
Yep. Okay.
Because I know it's really, really hard to get drivers.
Jeff Bonner, budget analyst. That's part of it. It's also just a reflection of those trips having not taken place in the past few years and now starting back up again. Ski Club is a perfect example. It didn't exist for the past 2 or 3 winters, and now it's coming back. So it's a combination of those two things.
And I may have had a moment of inattention. On the bank fees, are we passing those on?
Yes.
Okay,
So
I thought so.
Yes, we charge 2.5% on every credit card transaction to offset that cost.
Correct. Yeah, we offset the cost, but it doesn't. What we charge the customers does not completely cover what is charged to us, and that's a cause of different credit cards having different percentages that they charge. So it covers a good portion of it, but not all of it. But yes, you're right.
So is it not possible to capture all of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Good. Good. Okay. This is the Kale Community Center Department expenses. So this is 812. So these are their operating expenses. Additional 812 expenses.
It seems to me, when I look at concession supplies, we're basically, I'm not sure what I understand that to be.
So
Yes,
at both community centers, we have like a little snack bar, so when kids can come up and buy things, and so we do charge them for that. Did you want to say more on that? Okay.
But we're taking a loss on it. Obviously, if it's costing us $384, I know it's not a big amount, but still, I thought it would be at least at least break even.
There's a revenue as well. So this is where we track the expenses of what we pay to stock those supplies, and then we also have a corresponding revenue that shows where it comes.
Good answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioners, that column, the $384, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, we're tired. This is the very last day of budget hearings. That column, the 384 column, is the difference between this year's budget and last year's actuals, I believe, is what those are labeled.
My bad.
So
You're
yes,
right.
no
thank you.
worries, no worries. We
Yes,
understand
you are
some
right.
confusing-
They do not have the labels on the top. I apologize, but that is the difference. That is not what is being budgeted.
Yeah, I suspect, knowing this team the way that I do, that we are more than recouping our expenses on concessions, but also making sure that our fees are reasonable at our centers. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
As Commissioner Tarquini has pointed out, we need to make enough revenue to pay for our lunches, so.
So the next few slides, so the community center is a large center, so we have a portion of it which is like our recreation programs, and then this is for our gym and fitness. So this is where we replace the gym equipment and maintain the gym. Later on, you'll see slides where it's the meeting room. So it's all of the rooms in between the senior center and the community center. So that's how our expenses are broken down to take care of the different functions of the building. There are a couple slides that are highlighted for no reason other than they just got missed in the editing. Good. Okay. This is how we maintain our meeting rooms, Department 815, and our preschool. Good. Okay, here are our supplemental requests for our Parks and Recreation Department. For our Parks Department, we're looking to add one park ranger, and so what we would do is we would several vacant seasonal positions that we have had a real struggle hiring over the years. We will combine them to get a full park ranger. It's not completely cost neutral, but we are struggling with getting seasonal help, and we have had great success in hiring full-time benefited staff, which is necessary because we have such high utilization of all of our facilities that the extra staff will really help us maintain it in a nice, pristine way like we have been. A new truck and a new tractor. Recreation, a new truck. The truck they have is very old, and they have some trailers that they need to tow with roller skates and tables and things like that. And then we would like to be able to replace the floor in the dining room. It's a wood floor. It's about 10 years old now and has had some places where there's some water damage that we would like to replace. And then we would also like to support the continuation of the facade improvement program that is operated by Main Street Gardnerville. This would be the third year of a 5-year pilot. The first year we gave $10,000, the second year $20,000, and now we're asking again for another $20,000 to support this program. I know last week Jen Nalder with Main Street Gardnerville had come before it at the board, and she talked about this program and highlighted all of the wonderful things that it's done and the positive impact it's had on our downtown corridor and on our businesses. They've been able to do painting, sign updates, lighting, all kinds of things to make the storefronts of these businesses more appealable. This is a program where there is a match. The business owners, they put in a portion of the funding that matches whatever they're awarded through this program. So we're seeking.
I have questions on the dining room floor replacement. So our home faces the same direction that the ballroom, Grandview ballroom?
Grandview dining room.
Dining room.
Yep.
Faces. And all of our doors, exterior doors, also over the years have water damage because those storms come in with the wind driving in that direction. And we've done some things to mitigate that water coming in. And I'm wondering, is there any thought to what could be done in the future to prevent?
Well, I do think one of the things with this space is that it is used a lot. Today they had 300 people for lunch. So every day you have 200 to 300 people coming through there for lunch. So it is used a lot, which it has additional wear and tear and damage. I think that there is an opportunity to look at some of those areas that might have been damaged by water. I think there are fewer areas by the back door and so that have been damaged, but the floor is a wood floor and it's had years of sealing, I guess, that we every year we get it resealed. And so replacing a portion of it just would not be feasible. It wouldn't match or anything like that. And it's 10 years old, so we're looking at replacing it for an update.
Is that the expected lifespan of a wood floor in such use?
I do not have that
Don't know.
answer, but
Yeah.
I can get that for you.
I mean, that's
So,
just a big number, so I want to find out more about it.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be a micromanager here on that dining room floor, but, you know, the fact is you talk about a wood floor. And I know that when we remodeled the Topaz Ranch Estates Community Center, we put in I believe it's vinyl planking floor, which has a extended lifetime and is waterproof. It's an incredible product that will last us for years. So I don't know what product you're looking at using. Are you looking at replacing it like for like, or are you looking at doing something that will withstand the conditions that we experience? Number one, the traffic that we get there, on a daily basis, and the activities we bring into there, and then the weather conditions.
Yeah, I think that this is an opportunity to really explore options and to see, we also want to make sure that the floor is durable, but it's not slippery. And so I think there are some options out there that might be slicker than others. And so this is a good opportunity for us to really explore what all of our options are for replacing it. Next, I'm going to go into senior services. So senior services includes DART, our Douglas Area Rural Transit, congregate dining, our home delivered meals program, and our homemaker program. So these activities support transportation for seniors and people with disability, provides in-home meals, and congregate dining in 3 locations. We have congregate dining at our main senior center. 2 days a week, we're up at North County in Indian Hills, and 3 days a week, we're down in South County at TRE. We have all kinds of social activities for seniors, exercise groups, and support groups. This is the revenue for senior services. So we have some intergovernmental grants. We have charges for services. And then we have miscellaneous donations. And then we have some transfer ins from other accounts that I'll go into more detail about the transfer ins in the next slide. We get a transfer in for senior services from social services, which is that indigent services fund, the 6 to 10 cent fund that we had talked about this morning. And then we have a transfer in from PALS. We get a transfer in from the general fund. And then we also have a transfer in from the room tax, which is 25% of that utility operator fee. So that's a portion of that half of 1 cent that is collected to support the actual building. We wanted to be able to provide a historical overview of the general fund transfers. You will see in this slide that there was a significant transfer in 2024, and it's a lot less for 2025. I want to emphasize that there is no reduction in services. We are not reducing any services. What we are doing is we are correcting how we are budgeting for our grants. Previously, our grants were budgeted in grants expenses, and the expenses were also budgeted throughout the budget. And so in looking at how we've been budgeting grants, we are shifting, and so we are budgeting them in expenses. Do you want to add? Is that good? Okay. I hope that was clear, but we're not reducing services. We're just making an adjustment in how we're budgeting things. Here's our senior service expense account, our expense budget. Additional expenses. So this is where our food budget also is for our dining programs. You'll see here again at the bottom where it's negative $300,000 in this budget-only grant expense line. This is where the shift is happening in the budget. So those funds are being budgeted elsewhere. We are not going to reduce any services to the Senior Services Department. We do have a supplemental request for our senior services, and we are asking for 2 DART drivers. So last year we had a supplemental request where we requested 2 DART drivers. Those positions were contingent on grant funding. The Board of County Commissioners at that time approved the positions, but we were not awarded the grant. We do have the match for these programs, and we will continue to seek our grant opportunities, but we were not awarded at the time, so we are asking for 2 DART drivers. These drivers will go to support activities in South County. Our plan would be to have a driver in TRE pick people up in the neighborhood, take them to the Dollar General store, take them to the congregate dining there on the congregate dining days. When they are not doing that, we'll have opportunities for them to bring individuals from South County into town to participate in our congregate dining activities at the senior center, medical appointments, shopping, anything like that.
So you knew I was going to ask you about this. It was my misunderstanding last year when we looked at this. I guess I forgot the process of only providing this through the ability to obtain the grant. So that's on me. And I admit that. So what you're suggesting here is basically we carry that over for an additional year, so that if we're able to get the grants to do this, then it would be budgeted. If we don't, then it's going to have to be delayed. Is that the case?
Yes, that is correct. If at this time we only have the county match portion for these positions, we have budgeted for. We have not been able to secure the funding for the majority of the contracts. So our operating grants provide a percentage of salaries. So we are going to continue to ask for funding for these 2 additional drivers. We're in the process of purchasing 2 new vehicles. So the drivers is the last piece of this puzzle and getting the grant funding.
Do you anticipate we'll really need 2 drivers, or what? Because only one person can drive a bus at a time. I mean,
Well, we would be able to have somebody to do dial-a-ride and then somebody to do some more of the route services down there. So I think the number of people that are needing driving and the appointments and the way that everybody's spread out around the valley, I think 2 drivers would be amazing to have.
okay. I mean, that's, once again, it's on me, and I misunderstood, and I'm just going to have to tell our residents down there that I'm sorry that I made a mistake, and hopefully they'll not yell at me too much.
Any other questions? Good. So these are our senior services work performance measures and workload indicators. So that these numbers reflect our congregate dining, our home delivered meals, and our transportation. I want to emphasize our goal is not to serve more meals. Our goal is to meet the need where the need is. So although you'll see that there has been an increase in congregate dining, that is not a measure of our success or how well we're doing. It's really, these numbers reflect, are we meeting the need where the need is? I think our measure of success is in our low long-term care costs. That's where you can see that we are supporting seniors in the community to the best of our ability. You see a shift in 2020 and 21 where we don't have numbers for congregate dining. Congregate dining wasn't happening, but we were still providing food. We had drive-up food days, and those numbers are reflected in the home-delivered meals. That's where those were captured. So we continued to meet the needs of our residents and provide food. If somebody is hungry, we want them to get food. And then the transportation piece reflects our senior transportation only. So those are the number of riders that we had per year over that period of time. Our senior services activities are really popular. We have activities that take place in our center and outside of our center. So first, our holiday celebrations. If you have not been to the senior center on a holiday day, I strongly advise you to go. Today, we had our Easter meal, and we had, I think, 300 people there. They decorate. It is a lot of fun. The food is really good. So this is from St. Patrick's Day. We do a lot of senior trips. This senior trip is at the Minden Mill. So we took a busload of individuals out to the Minden Mill. They got to, I believe, try a cocktail, and then they went and had lunch. Our buses provided transportation for them. We also do trips up to Reno to the Pioneer Theater to go see shows. We go to the mall, go to Apple Hill. All of these trips have a small cost, but they are much more affordable than if a senior were to go on their own. And we have a bus that takes them, so we take them up there. And then we also bring people to the center to do senior classes. One happened yesterday. This is a painting class. Seniors get to sign up, they pay for the painting, and then we provide lunch as well. So these are all really fun, popular activities that we get to do. Next, I'm going to move on to animal services. So our Animal Control and Services organization is the Rabies Control Authority for our county. They are responsible for getting stray dogs. They're responsible for operating an adoption program. They spay and neuter animals, and then they also do dog licenses. So we get a lot of dogs and cats every year. You'll see for 2023, we had 391 dogs and cats, 300 cats. The graph reflects the dog licensing numbers. And so the Animal Services Department has been very successful in making sure that the dogs are licensed. And I think we have a pretty easy process too, because people can come to the community center and they can pay for their dog licenses. So we have a wide variety of hours and support where they can come and make sure they're getting their dog licensed. Next is our Animal Services Department. So this is one of our general fund departments. This is funded by the general fund within our department. This is the fund where you will see our rabies and sterilization expenses come out of. And we have one supplemental request for our animal shelter. So last year, we were able to redo the floors in the shelter, really the alleyways or the hallways in between next to all of the kennels. We were able to epoxy all of those floors, but we were not able to do it in each one of the animal kennels. So as you can see on this picture, the floors are still cement and they're cracked. And so it is a challenge to keep them to maintain high levels of sanitary conditions. They clean them very well, so please don't think this is a reflection of them not cleaning them. They do a great job, but it would be a lot better if they were able to be epoxied. So that is our supplemental request. Next, our weed control division. Our weed control division is charged with treating noxious weeds in Douglas County. They are given so under the authority of the NRS. So a noxious weed is a plant that has been identified by the state of Nevada as being harmful to agriculture or the general public and the environment. So our weed control department provides weed control education, support services, and chemical sales to the citizens. So they treat noxious weeds on our agricultural land and both on our residential properties. So residents can pay the weed department to come out and spray the noxious weeds. They can rent a trailer and do it themselves, or they can come and they can purchase chemicals from the weed department to be able to spray. And so those costs that we charge residents offset cost for us to be able to provide this service to our agricultural lands. There's a resolution that was adopted where the board supported allocating $125,000 to the Carson Valley Conservation District to also treat noxious weeds. So you'll see here the revenue brought in from the trailer rentals, the residential sprayed revenue that's brought in, and then the chemicals sold for the last fiscal year. This is also a general fund department.
Is this for farms and ranches?
Yes.
It's
And
not
residents. It's for both.
And residents?
Yes. But if we don't treat noxious weeds in our residential areas, it negatively impacts our agricultural land. So they take care of noxious weeds throughout the community, either by doing it directly or residents, making sure that residents are doing it.
I know from time to time we've had supplemental requests I believe, usually in our consent calendar for increases in cost of this chemical or these chemicals. But whenever we do that, unless it's being used for our purposes, we pass those increases right along to the customer, right? We don't, yeah.
Yes. Here's the weed control department expenses.
Do a background check on the weeds. It's 100% gone.
That's HR. HR does that. And the final slide is our landscape maintenance district. So in 2014, when the Montera subdivision was built, then there was a landscape maintenance district that was created. And so the parks staff is responsible for the green belt along Hayborn for maintaining that in this district. So a fee was set in county code, and the fee gets passed on to the customer on their property tax, and then that is how it is paid for our Parks Department through this landscape district. And that is all. Are there any questions?
That was thorough. Any questions from the board?
On most of the others, we could tell what the bottom line is, in terms of, are they within 3%, close to 3% increase from last year? And you have so many individual pieces and it's so complex that I really have no idea what's going on here with that. Go ahead. So I'm looking to Jennifer Davidson for help.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. So there's a couple of things going on with this team, right? We have different revenue sources. I think you are likely most interested in knowing what the overall increases are to the divisions that are paid from the general fund, and we can get that information to you. Mm-hmm. The room tax fund is different dollars, different revenue source. And so I don't necessarily mean to imply that I don't care, but what I would say is that they have balanced the room tax fund in relation to the revenue they anticipate receiving, and will be doing some course corrections throughout the year if they do not realize the revenue they're going to receive. The supplemental requests for the room tax fund would be potentially something that we'd need to go back to the team to have a conversation about, because what I was unclear on is whether or not you guys have identified funding for the room tax supplemental requests. Do you understand what I'm asking? Mm-hmm. So we'll need to have a conversation about that, but we can bring back their total impact services, supplies increases on those items or those pieces that are funded by the general fund, if you would like. Okay.
No further questions from the board? Thank you for a very thorough presentation.
Thank
And
you.
I hope that our residents realize what an asset your outfit is.
Yes. Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
amazing. Thank you. We'll take a short 10-minute break. All right, we'll call this back to order again. It's been at least 10 minutes. So what we have now is our final finance, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, CFO for the record. We are at the end of the budget presentations, the end of that one agenda item. Before we go, I think talking to our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, we'd like to go through those supplemental requests in summary and get your thoughts, and then also your thoughts in the budget process overall. What to expect going forward is that, like we talked about, this is our tentative budget. I have written probably 10 pages of notes over the past 4 days that now I get to decipher next week with my team as we go through of comments that you've made, comments that departments have made and the public has made. April 30th, we will come back for a one-day special meeting again to go over the CIP and do any budget updates of what we've been able to decipher and change and look at from these meetings. And then from there, we can have another meeting if we like, but the next meeting would be scheduled for May 20th. So that's our steps going forward. Before we go to the supplementals, I would love to take this opportunity to, again, thank all the departments and elected officials for their presentations. Thank this board for your great questions and listening to the departments. As long as I've been here, I think I learned a lot these past 4 days from the departments and elected officials. I'd like to thank my team in finance for getting us to this point and getting us to this point pretty organized to be able to find all our information, and that's a lot of information that was produced. And then also working for and getting direction from our county manager. I have not worked here as long as Scott Morgan, and I know I took a break for a couple years, but I do believe Jennifer is one of our best county managers we've had in this county, so I appreciate working for her. So now that I get to say my thank yous, go on to the supplementals. This presentation, all I did was take the summary sheets that were in the back of your binder and part of that supplemental material and put them up here so we could talk from them. The first one is the general fund personnel request. This is so we can see them. You've heard about all these throughout the past 4 days, so we can see them all at once. I did strike through the sheriff's budget analyst position, talking to the sheriff, he'd like to not bring this one forward this year. So this one is not one that for consideration. And so these are the FTE requests that different departments have requested. And I think, and I'm open to direction, but more to get just your thoughts.
I'm not sure what funds we have. I mean, it's hard to give you direction if we don't know what money we have to allocate, if any.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson. So as Ms. Lewis had mentioned, our goal for this interim period between conclusion of these meetings and the April 30th presentation will be to continue to fine-tune the budget as much as possible to identify funding. Our first goal is going to be, unless the direction from this board is different, to close the structural gap in the budget, that $700,000 that we told you we are currently, the budget is balanced, but we've used reserves to close that gap currently. No. I'm talking about right now, hearkening back to the very first day of budget presentations in Ms. Lewis's opening presentation. She advised the board that we had an operating deficit moving forward when we were not structurally balanced, meaning our revenues did not meet our expenses by about $700,000.
I'm confused by this because I thought that's what we used part of that $4 million for, was to make up where the budget deficit was.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Sorry. The $4 million that you guys approved last week for adjusted opening fund balance was to address any concerns for this fiscal year. What we're talking about is next fiscal year's budget, looking at the revenues that were projected versus the expenditures that have been presented, is about $700,000 difference.
Okay, so you're saying that the $4 million that we had a surplus was from which fiscal year then? I thought that was from this fiscal year, and you're worried about next fiscal year.
And to make it more confusing, it was actually from fiscal year 22-23. The results of that fiscal year, we had the salary savings in that fiscal year that's brought into this fiscal year. But now I'm spanning a different fiscal year. What we're talking about is next fiscal year.
I think you cleared it up for me then. So then this fiscal year, we're going to be short, and which is going to end in June. So we're going to use a lot of that money to make that up. And now we're talking about the future one. Our budget's going to be 700 short the way it is now from what we're allocating to what we think we're going to bring in. I might have confused you.
So let me see if I have an understanding here. So the budget that has currently been presented to us without any supplementals, without any additions, and without any subtractions is going into reserves by approximately $700,000, give or take 50,000. I don't know what.
For the general fund specifically, yes.
For the general fund specifically. So better than $500,000 that we would have to dip into reserves. And yet then we look at this particular spreadsheet here, and this is adding another $500,000. If we were approved this, then we would be in a deficit of $1 million, not $500,000, not 600,000, but what we entered into the general fund plus another $500,000. And I don't like the idea of going into reserves at all. And so that's where I'm almost at the point where I'm not sure I even want to look at this, because if we can't close the gap in that $500,000 or 600,000 or 700,000, whatever that number is, and then to add to it is unconscionable to me. I don't know that I can address our constituents in that manner, because I think the reserves are extremely important for us.
I would be in favor of a brief discussion where we could tell you which of these are high priority for us, but with the understanding that very likely or potentially we don't bridge that 700 gap and we just simply don't have it. But since we're here and we have the opportunity to provide feedback as to relative importance should we find money, I would take a minute and have that conversation. Is that what you had in mind?
It was Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. This is not an exercise in futility from the standpoint of the departments. We very much appreciate your feedback, and we don't want to continue to bring forward requests if it's not a high priority for the board, or if we didn't make a compelling enough argument. This will also help the departments in the future, in subsequent fiscal years, if some of these items, if they can't be funded this year, if they are considering bringing them back, if they hear from you that their case they made was not compelling enough, that would help them refine the argument or may cause them to course correct for the next time. That's why I do think this exercise is helpful, even if it were only to identify one to three high priorities from you.
I have a question that this says overall ranking. So am I to assume that someone has sat down and said the number one priority is a new deputy public guardian, and the number two priority is a community development coordinating senior, and that it goes down the line from that? And if so, who decided the priority?
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, for the record. Thank you for that observation, and I should have been very clear on that of what we did. So the ranking was done with the county manager department heads, looking at this in total, and they also knew when we had that discussion that we would be in this position, and that we don't have funding for you to say yes today or no today, but more of your priorities. So this was ranking from the department heads. The ones that are not ranked are ones that report to elected officials or judges, and so we ranked the ones that were within the county manager's preview.
I don't disagree that we should have this discussion. Theoretically, yeah. But I don't know that I rank them in the exact ranking that are on this page. So.
I don't want to argue with the department heads. They know what their needs are better than I. However, I think that with the budget being what it is and the shortfall being what it is, I think that it's premature for us to even discuss this at the moment. What is the feeling of the board?
I actually agree with Mr. Chairman.
Just for a little clarification, these requests are the additional requests after everybody presented their case and they said, we need this. Is that correct?
You are correct. So most departments, the presentation order is they talked about their budget, and then at the end they talk about their supplemental requests. And so this is a summary of those supplemental requests.
I feel differently. I feel like this board is here to represent our constituents on our priorities and how we spend our money. How we spend our money is our priorities. And I think it's part of our job to give feedback on what's important to us. And I don't think we defer that to our department heads. I think we shouldn't, we aren't having the last say, but certainly some input here is warranted. I think we're responsible to do that. The budget is that's within our jurisdiction and our responsibility, and I would like some say on it.
I think we've already discussed the budget and we've gotten all the input that it's possible to have at this point. But if the money is not there, I think that we're blowing smoke.
You know, it's amazing because I agree with what Commissioner Hale said. In fact, that's what I was saying from the beginning when I was chastised for getting too involved in making decisions over the department heads. I'm glad that you agree with that we should have these type of inputs. But the problem I see is with 700,000 in the hole already. I mean, we got a long ways to go before you even can entertain these. And we've been doing this now for 4 days and 6 hours a day. I would think if the things change and the income's a little bit higher than we anticipate, then we can come back and maybe look at it. That's just my thoughts. I can go either way.
And I think I concur with what Commissioner Tarkanian is saying, expressing here is that you know, looking at item, for instance, on this list that we have before us, item 5 and 6. I served on the Senior Services and Public Transportation Committee for 2 years prior to becoming a commissioner. And I have been working to get a bus service, some type of public transportation into South County, a very underserved area in our county that I represent. And I did it for 2 years on that Senior Services Committee. I've spent 3 plus years here on the commission. I was under the understanding last year when we passed the budget that not only did we approve the funds for the assets, the physical assets, the buses, but I thought we had already also done so for the drivers for that, only to find out that that was dependent upon grants. So as I indicated a couple hours ago, is that while Senior Services came forward and talked about this in a supplemental, if we don't have the grants to go forward with this, you know, it's something that we're going to have to postpone, and I'm going to have to explain that to my constituents down in South County as to why we haven't been able to achieve that goal, and with the hopes that maybe as we get into this next fiscal year, and perhaps our revenues might come in a little bit stronger than we anticipated right now with this budget, then I suppose we can entertain those thoughts as we get into the year, hopefully mid-year. And I hope we are not having this discussion again next year when we get into the budget process. But there's that distinct possibility, isn't there? And especially when it's number 5 and 6 on the list. And I certainly understand the need, and it's something that I've been professing for 6 years also, is a webmaster. And I can go on, but I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian. And if we got to close that $700,000 gap first before we start entertaining this kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, with that wet blanket, and we're all feeling it. We would love to be able to say go for it, but I think it would be irresponsible of us if we did that at this moment. I think this is something that we need to talk about a little later, after we've looked at closing the gap. I realize how important this is to some of the people, but I don't think that right now is the time to be discussing this. And do we need a motion to table this to a later time, or? Okay, so, well, this is still part of item number 1, is it not? Okay. You know, we have not had public comment on number 1. I'm not sure that we've done number 1. Was there any further presentations you had for us?
Kathy Lewis for the record, there's not. And so I think we were seeking this feedback as we continue to build the budget. So we will take that.
Okay, so in that case.
Ms. Lewis, if I might, Commissioner.
Sir.
I really do appreciate you and what you've brought to this, into this budget process. This has been an incredible 4 days, and I don't want you to bring a pie-in-the-sky budget to us. If we're shy 700,000 based on your projections and what the departments are projecting, then we need to know that, and we need to address that. We cannot go in, we can't somehow build $700,000 of revenue in this budget that doesn't exist and we don't anticipate existing. I would much rather do as we did last week and come back and do augments of funds that we got in that we did not expect to get in versus the opposite, okay? So thank you again. This is no reflection on you. I hope you understand that, so, yeah.
All right, if the board has had its say, I will open item number 1 for public comment.
Good afternoon. Again, Ellie Waller. I'm happy to have participated in this arduous task you all have, as well as staff and all these departments. There are things that still can be looked at as far as the deficit in my mind, the budgets that are out there, the incoming and outgoing expenses. I turned in 1 public comment on a nonprofit donation. It's not a required membership, and $30,000 may not seem like a lot, but it takes a cut at that $700K. I also think we need to revisit, I'm looking at the Department 802 expenses. I understand there's legislation for Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. There is no legislation for the chamber. I'm still trying to figure out if there's duplicity in these efforts. There's no disrespect to any of these entities that have been functioning with no questioning for many years. I'm not saying that there's anything going wrong there, but these pass-throughs, LTVA supports a lot of South Shore as well as the chamber. I just think there are some other areas. I don't want to put any more burden on Ms. Lewis's staff or the departments, but some of these things really need to be scrubbed. And I think that's where we are with a $700,000 deficit. There are things we can look at to help get there so you can reprioritize what some of these supplementals are. And I want to thank Commissioner Hales. Thank you for bringing up community plans during this process. Of course, I'm a broken record, but you are elected officials. And yes, the department heads know best what their budgets are, but the community seems to be left out of things like community plans. And I think when we're prioritizing, I'm glad to be a participant from the public. If I'm ever factually incorrect, I hope somebody will correct me. And the other thing might be for closing public comment, but it happened during item 1. When a stakeholder calls in and gets representative, it's not fair to the public that doesn't come here. I can't always be here. I have to listen to meetings. I turn in written comments. I'm not going to make a phone call to somebody, and I'm not being disrespectful to whoever took the phone call. I just don't think it's proper process. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I really, this is a long week, but I really enjoyed the presentations from the departments. What I really liked is when I heard a department say, we'll let this go. We won't fill this position. And I thought that that was really good in terms of teamwork, people realizing what the overall picture is. It's easy for somebody to sit there and say what I do is more important than what you do. When I see departments do that, we saw that with clerk treasurer, with the sheriff, with other people that said, hey, we won't fill this position. And I think that says a lot towards realizing what the deficit is and working to fix it. So I particularly appreciate that. Thank you.
Jason Gibson, to provide staff direction in the preparation of fiscal year 2024-25 is the possible action point of interest. In terms of direction, obviously the Black Friday budget sessions are not successful or not appealing to the general public. We've got maybe 3, 4 of us here, and wondering where the rest of y'all are at. The YouTube shows 17 people watching the budget meeting and a whole 3 likes out of 51,000 residents. The day before, 22 people were watching, maybe 3 or 4 more likes. And the day before that, 20 people tuning in to the most important strategic planning session next to the master strategic plan. But this is it, folks. Where are you? Why aren't you here? We know why you're here. Because it's a government for the government by the government. They're not connecting with the public. The public's not connecting with their own government or their sense of place. And apparently we're still waiting on Jesus to provide staff direction. One of the things we're going to do, whether we're elected or not, is we're going to compel Douglas County Dinosaurs to begin catering these events, to draw people in and to stimulate dialogue and first-person contact. We're going to have a pub trivia quiz with prizes at the end of these meetings at the local pub down here, where we revisit some of this stuff in more of a casual manner within a context of humor. There'll be a certain bent on comedy and fact-finding. The other thing is we'll have a more mature approach to the decentralization of policy making with our norms and procedures, rather than using the volunteers who simply cannot afford to participate in their government. We will be providing stipends and incentives, financial incentives, to get you involved and get you stoked and passionate about taking more of an active role in your future. Let's try that one on for size. Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Dodge. Thank you. This has really been informative. I've learned a lot. I'm sorry I've missed some of the presentations. I plan to watch them. It's a great way to learn about local government. And I just actually was making one observation, and that is that you say that you have like up to 20% vacancy rate, that you're having that kind of turnover. So you're funding vacant positions in going into this year. And you may want to think about, is there a way to calculate the number of of positions that are vacant for some estimated period of time during the year that then you can take out of the budget instead of funding for full employment when you know you won't have it? It can help you maybe fill in some of that blank. Thank you. Kind of not the best explanation of what I'm trying to get to, but happy to explain it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Does anyone have a motion? I've been informed that a motion is not required at this time. I guess we've given direction.
Yeah, I don't know that we've made any decisions or making any decisions today, so I don't know what motion we would provide.
Okay. In that case, we'll move on to agenda item number 2 for the record. For possible action, discussion to designate the total existing unspent American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funding received by Douglas County in the amount of $6,576,046 to be used to replace lost Douglas County revenue utilizing the standard allowance method under the United States Treasury rules. Kathy Lewis.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, CFO for the record. This presentation is in 2 parts, and so I hope on this Friday afternoon, after spending so much time with you guys, I can explain it clearly. So I'm talking about kind of where we are with the ARPA funding. Douglas County received almost $9.5 million. We received, just for history, 50% in June of 2021 and 50% in June of 2022. This board, to date, has allocated $7.7 million of this $9.5 million to projects. And I just listed the projects down below that have been approved by the board. What remains that has not been allocated is $1.7 million. Of the 7.7, or the whole amount, the $9.9 million, let me back up. Of the $7.7 million that's been allocated, only 2.9 has actually been distributed or spent. The rest are projects that have been approved. The project leaders are working on determining the best way or working through the process of spending these funds, but have not spent these funds yet. But we are running up to a deadline by the federal government. So the federal government, looking at all the ARPA guidance as one big amount, as you know, those rules change many times. The federal government has set a deadline that if funds have not been obligated by December 31st, by this December, and obligated means a contract, not just you guys awarding, it's an act of one step further of contracting or authorizing that way. So if they've not been obligated by December 31st, and if they have not been spent by December 31st of 2026, then we must return those funds back to the federal government. So, and to keep in mind, they could be obligated by this December and meet that deadline, but then for whatever reason, the project didn't cost as much as we thought and maybe not spent the full amount. If we don't spend the full amount, we can't re-obligate it to a new program. That money has to go back to the federal government. So looking at the guidance in full and seeing what we can do to continue the work of the projects that you guys have authorized, the work of what's needed in this community, but then also meet these federal guidelines. So that was our goal. So I did talk with our external auditors, Eide Bailly, and reading through the Treasury guidance in full. We can report, I'm going to go back, sorry, so you guys know. We can report that $6.5 million that hasn't been spent. 1.7 of it's not been awarded. The rest has been awarded but not spent. We can say that $6.5 million, we can claim it as lost revenue to replace lost revenue and wages of Douglas County. And by doing that, then we've satisfied the federal government requirement for these funds. At the same time, these funds that you've already been allocated, we will use these funds in the county construction fund, for example, so people can continue with the project work. So they continue with, but they won't have the deadline of that December 31st of this year. So, so that is a proposal. So that's see if I can go back. That's kind of proposal number one of allocating that. I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the money that we've already designated plus the money we haven't designated, all going into the fund, or just the money we've already designated? I didn't quite understand.
Both. If it's been designated and not spent, going into that fund, so it can. But the projects will still continue. So it's more for the federal government reporting.
Yeah, well, I meant, so I understood designated but not spent, but what about the $1.7 million that's not designated and not spent? Are you recommending that also?
Yes, but still allowing you guys as a board to determine where that $1.7 million will be spent for that. So of that $1.7 million, I did do this presentation where we have listed the needs that have been brought forward and possible uses of this ARPA funds. I put an S out to the side to show that these were supplemental requests that were presented by departments. So you guys know that departments have talked about these supplemental requests, but the other ones are needs. And so right now we have about $15.1 million of needs against that $1.7 million available. And I did it, these are so we can look at them closer when we get to that discussion point. But again, the two actions are, if you would like to designate the remaining funds as lost revenue under the standard allowance, report to the federal government, then the second piece is providing direction on the $1.7 million.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
So I have a couple of questions then. We had allocated more than the 1.7 that's currently non-allocated, but we've had a couple of projects come back to us as not being able to meet the criteria or for whatever reasons have been de-obligated. So that's what drives that number to 1.7. We also have allocated $6.5 million, of which only $2.9 million have been spent. Am I looking at that correctly?
Close. We have, you guys have awarded $7.7 million and 2.9 has been spent.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to know what the status is on the fulfillment of those remaining funds that have not been spent by that allocation, okay? Because that may play into this, we may have folks that have decided that their projects are going to continue to come in under budget or perhaps go away completely, right? That's still a possibility, I suppose. I do know that we also have two major projects that are coming up before us, a Justice Center and the building of Muller Parkway. And those are very big ticket items. And the more we have been budgeting money for the building of Muller, but that doesn't mean that the clock is ticking on that also, right? So each day we delay, the costs are going up. I like the idea of keeping that 1.7 right now that we have in abeyance in case we run into costs that are necessary for the Justice Center or for Muller that are unanticipated at this time. That's my first inclination versus allocating it to other projects, fulfilling the supplemental. I don't think that necessarily meets our goals. To my, it's like rather than worry about where we're going to find the $700,000 to meet without going into our, because we could take some of this money, right? If I'm not mistaken, because we can consider it lost revenue, we could apply $700,000 of this to balance our budget right now. I don't know that that's the best method of operation. I don't like that because, once again, these are one-time funds and they may never come back again, So I don't like that approach either. But I still like the idea of keeping that 1.7 in abeyance in case we need it for the Justice Center, Muller, or some other unforeseen thing that may come before us before the end of this calendar year when they have to be obligated, right? So we still have almost 9 months, 8 months anyways, to allocate those. And so I don't know that we need to I'm not inclined to make any decisions in regards to allocation of the additional ARPA funds today. I guess that's my point.
So I think what she's told us is if we allocate it to the county, we don't have these deadlines. If the money we've already allocated is the $7 million, if we take that and allocate it to the county, then they're not on a deadline to complete it by then.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Correct. Correct. A couple comments. Definitely, and I think it's fair to bring updates to the board of the existing projects. I do believe right before I started, there was an update of the projects and where they were at, but we can certainly bring that back forward. And Commissioner Tarkanian, you're exactly right. If you take the first action,
those are words I never hear from my wife. I want you to know.
My husband doesn't either. So if you take the first action, then the $1.7 million we would put into county construction, and it would be there for projects that you would need. And I agree with Commissioner Gardner, is I would not encourage this to balance the budget because it is absolutely one-time funding and does not fix our problem going forward.
Question.
One final thing and I'll be done, okay?
Okay, go.
Unless do you want to go first? Oh, so the only project I'm going to say is Commissioner Gardner worked so hard to find a trailer for his cat cottage at $1,000. $100 that we can spend a pittance of $40,000 and get it all ready to go. So I would like to see if that could be put on the list to consider when the time is right. $40,000.
If you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. I want to make sure that I understand this. From reading the material I was provided, it looks to me like we allocated 1.7 million plus for the projects that have been listed on page whatever in the heck it is. And it's been allocated but not spent. And we have a remainder of $6.5 million of the ARPA funds that have not been allocated. Is that correct?
A little bit different. The board has allocated $7.7 million in projects. Of that $7.7 million, 2.9 has been spent, let me get my glasses. 4.8 has not been spent. So that has been projects that have been approved, but the funding has not been spent. In addition to that, we have 1.7 that has not been allocated or spent for a total of the 6.5 million.
I'm still lost. So we have the sheriff's department has been allocated several projects as the town of Minden, finance, stormwater, town of Genoa, Minden.
No.
And no, that's incorrect.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was wanting to glance at the sheet you were referencing to make sure I was tracking what you were saying. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. So the list that the commission has been provided in print format is the list of current requests from the remaining $1.7 million in funding that the board has not allocated. So if you were to decide today and to provide direction on how to utilize the remaining $1.7 million funds, that's everything we have on this list here. There are some projects that are the sheriff's office that they're listed here because they were a result of a savings because they were previously awarded an amount and there was the dollars that they spent, and there was a difference that resulted in some remaining funds, and that's how we got to the 1.7 million.
So I think you're looking at the sheet, and to add on to what the county manager said, the top of this sheet, and this is a printout. It's was in the packet. This printout was in the packet. We made copies. There's some out on the table. Plus, we pass out to commissioners. The first part of this sheet is the projects that have been approved by the board. So these are existing projects. As you can see right here, let me go a little bit bigger. This is the total of the projects that have been approved by the board. This is what's been spent on it, 2.9. So we have 4.8 remaining of projects that have been approved. Not awarded is 1.7. So the total that I'm looking to for federal reporting that I would like to report as the lost revenue and wages for our federal reporting is the 6.5. 4.8 will stay with projects that have been approved and work on. The 1.7 is still what has not been awarded.
Thank you. All right, I think now that I understand, Commissioner Hales.
I am in support of designating the remaining unspent funds as lost revenue. That way we take all time pressures off and we eliminate the possibility of money going back to the federal government, which would truly be a crime for us to allow to have happen. So that I don't see any downside to doing that, and it allows us time to capture any unspent funds and to make sure that we're spending everything in an efficient, deliberate way.
Okay, any further comments from the board?
That was so well said.
In that case, this is for possible action. I will open it for public comment.
Good afternoon, Nellie Waller. Thank you, Commissioner Hales, for framing it. I was just going to call it a safe zone, and it makes sense. Let's spend it wisely. We have time to go back, watch the projects come forward. Hopefully, they don't come back and ask for additional dollars just because we have a safe zone if a project goes over budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Jason Gibson, the American Rescue Plan Act funds is a topic of discussion for the norms and procedures which don't exist in our government today, which is why it's a very confusing and complex topic of discussion. The purpose of the American Rescue Plan Act funds are to fund American Rescue. Many of you are still recovering from COVID. I know business owners, well, they're out of business because of COVID. The county didn't support their needs at the time that they couldn't pay their bills. Small businesses out in the ranchos who have been there for years, their landlords raised the rent during COVID. They couldn't get any relief, or they weren't aware of the relief that was available, which is more often the case. We're not aware of monies that have been allocated for American Rescue, not when you consider the recovery expenditures and perhaps death in the family or other circumstances that you're still dealing with 3 to 5 to 7 years after the COVID pandemic crisis, engineered by our own government under the ever-watchful eye of Donald Trump. And that happened on that was January 2nd when that COVID virus was released, and that was the murder of that Iranian general there. And 40, 50 days later, COVID hit these shores, and it was China, Russia, Iran, and Iraq that came out in solidarity that said that America would go down from within, and that every American would be paying the price for the breach of international justice and for the perpetual colonial commercialization and warfare waged upon the planet and the planet's resources by a deficit spending model called the United States of America. The American Rescue Plan Act funds received by Douglas County are now being administrated in such a manner that we don't really know where to start in trying to identify what has been spent, what's available, but we know it's not for the people, by the people. It's for the county, it's for their technology, for their remodel schemes, for the ever ballooning, over-exaggerated services and values that they claim to provide. And we know one thing, we're not getting a piece of the American Rescue Plan Act. So we'll be working on getting some of that.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Hi, Catherine Dodge. I guess I would feel remiss if I didn't advocate for including the CAT facility in your considerations of this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? All right, before I bring this back to the board for a vote, we will take a short 5-minute break. All right, I'll call the meeting back into order. All right. We're back in order, and we're on item number 2, and I understand we have a motion. Commissioner Hales.
We've had public comment, so I'm prepared to make a motion. I would move that this board designate the unspent ARPA funding in the amount of $6,576,046 to replace lost revenue utilizing the standard allowance method under United States Treasury rules as recommended by staff.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Hale, do you have a motion on item number 2?
I don't know that we need a motion, but I would just suggest that that it's been a long week, and rather than take up deliberation of where to spend the unallocated $1.7 million, that we bring that back for board priorities at another time.
If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
If we take no action, then no action is required, right? I mean, yeah, you don't need a motion, really.
It's fine. We have sufficient.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? In that case, we will go to closing public comment.
Good afternoon. It's not evening yet. Ellie Waller, again, thank you for the motion to continue the 1.7. I was just having a short discussion. I think as part of that motion, the ARPA projects that are currently funded, that are not completed, need to come back. I know we have long meetings, it's an arduous task, but I think they need to tell us where they are in their plans. Maybe there's going to be additional funds that could be supplemented somewhere else. Back to my opening public comment, it was nice to know that Lake Link has a $2.2 million budget. This is in the letter from Sustainable Community Advocates, the South Shore new on-demand Lake Link microtransit services continue to receive revenue from local public TOT. Douglas County is the only one mentioned here. Douglas County also annually contributes. I want to remind you that we got our hands smacked, and I still, to this day, and I don't care if anybody ever comes forward, went to legislators and put us in a position that made me uncomfortable as a constituent, and hopefully it made you just as uncomfortable, to tell us to fund. It's not their business to tell us how much to fund, and I just want to remind people, again, this is budget meetings, and this needs to absolutely come forward, and I think it's time probably for the South Shore Transportation Management Authority to come before us again, tell us what's going on, and where we're getting fair share. I know it will happen eventually. There's also other issues in this letter. It's 3 pages long. I will make sure I send it. I've scribbled all over it, so I will make sure I send it for public record when I get home this afternoon. There's things in here, again, about the 777 plan, which will not need to be funded till 2026. It's just around the corner. And I defended Douglas County and Carson City with the smallest constituencies with the request of $7 million a year for 20 years as public-private partnerships. These other local jurisdictions have better private partnerships. I'm not saying we have bad ones, we're just smaller, and that the $7 million request from each of the local jurisdictions needs to be revisited as fair share population. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
in order to form a more perfect union. I heard what you said there, Douglas Ritchie, about the comments I made in the reference to the Roman bread and circus perspective. What we're looking to do here is create a more uplift in our art of governance. And what that means is, a genuine community of input and presence, as opposed to a ghost corporation representing the disinterested constituents who feel either alienated from their government or their community, are afraid to participate in these sessions, or are just strapped with too many things to do and can't find time to justify the investment, or are just comfortably numb. It doesn't matter what it is, there are ways and means to improve the art of governance and take the burden off of our elected officials with simple things like Q&A for the general public. You can offer 1 minute to 2 minutes for a Q&A discussion between the general public and the presenters. And what that does is it stimulates not only the dialogue, but the self-reflective intelligence that brings your general public up to speed, and those who are participating or observing the process, brings them up to speed with that kind of question and answer dialogue where one or more are gathered. So am I kind of principle, or the consciousness that comes, takes ahead to grow ahead kind of idea. So, stimulating dialogue in the Q&A and putting that, it is kind of a burden, because if you're the bottleneck for all of this information, then you're obviously not going to be able to take care of the finite details and deploy the mindfulness that you need, especially when you're sitting behind a 2-foot monitor screen, a jumbo budget electromagnetic frequency monitor that not only taxes your retinas, but drains your energy and is considered to be a form of mental pollution, causing neck and shoulder pain, back pain, blurred vision, headaches, dry eyes, and muscle fatigue. It's also an EMF frequency that destroys ions. So it's an anti-electrical type of distraction is what that is. It's a distraction.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we are adjourned.